What's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome back, slash again? We are, in fact, so back. I see so many familiar faces, and I see faces not only on Twitch, but YouTube as well. We are actually live on both platforms. I think we are good connection-wise on both. My multi-chat is working. I can actually see both people. Whoa! Hold on. I just saw some gifts go by. Who was that from? Who was that from? That was from Ski! Skius Magus over on Twitch. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. That is so generous. So Ski, I gotta give you an extra big thanks, not only for those gift subs, but for staying subscribed for my absence. That was one of the first things that I wanted to get into. Thank you as well for the follows as well. Let me double check to make sure my overlay is working on the bottom. It should be. Those follows should be appearing here, hopefully momentarily. I saw Skyhawk's follows show up down there earlier, but yeah, so Ski, again, thank you very much for the gift subs. That is incredibly generous. But again, also for staying subbed during my absence. Let's see, I have a list here. It was you, Keto, Mimak, Spice3, Trust Funded, and David Wonder, who were so unbelievably generous as to, as mentioned, stay subscribed even though I wasn't streaming on Twitch, which is so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you very, very much. Okay, there, I see those follows going now. Yeah, 21 months, insane. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I'm really excited to be back. Okay, before we get into things here, I want to talk a little bit about coming back to streaming and all that fun stuff. So one of the main reasons why I decided to get back into this, really more than anything else, was, well, it was a few things, right? One was that I wanted to. I had been thinking for some time that I did want to come back to streaming. Two was that on the YouTube channel, there has been just a lot of really good support for live gameplay, so I want to do more of that. So that's what this new overlay is kind of all about that you're seeing here, right? With this, I wanted to have like elements on screen for people, like the chat box and, you know, recent sub and follow and all that kind of stuff, but still be able to potentially turn stream content into YouTube content. So that's what this is. That's what this layout is. So we're gonna be going with this for a little bit. Hopefully this ends up working out. But yeah, thank you everyone who is back on Twitch and everyone again who is watching on YouTube as well. It's a nice layout, thank you. I appreciate it. So I worked on this over the past like week-ish or so. Pleased your inner graphic designs. That's a huge compliment, thank you, because I don't consider myself to be like particularly well trained in graphic design. I mean, I never went to school for it or anything, but I just fiddled with this layout for a little bit over the past like week or so, adjusting things around. And getting things where I wanted it to be. And yeah, I think it came out pretty cleanly. So, okay. First thing on the docket is going to be, we're of course going to open the new Frontier. I didn't even know that's what it's called. The new branded bundle. Oh, no, that's the pack. I see. The bundle is down here. Yeah, of course I'm going to try this out. We're also going to be doing viewer duels. So I already have the room set up. We're gonna get into these after I open the packs, but here's the room ID. I'm also gonna go ahead and throw this in chat as well on both YouTube and Twitch. I'll pin it on each. And where is the YouTube chat? Oh, I popped it out. Here we go. So let me do this and put it here as well. So if you are on either platform and interested in hopping in once we get started, there is the room code. Branded time. I don't know if I'm going to build branded. I actually was thinking about playing Goblin Biker because I have everything for it, but I've not played it yet. I've had everything for it for quite some time. So I'm probably going to bring Goblin Biker and maybe some Punk as well to our viewer duels here in a little bit. But we are in fact gonna go wild. So nope, you did not miss the packs. We're about to get started with that right now. But I also wanted to say that after viewer duels, I have an Elestrals creator box that we are going to be opening. So please be sure to stick around for that at the end as well. But all right, let's get into the shop here and open our Master Duel packs first. Level 3 Hype Train. Thank you again so much to Ski for that. Getting the kitty hype emote, looks like. I'll throw that in chat there. Whee! All right, let's start with our free pack. see if there's anything. Ooh. All right, streamer luck already coming in strong. We get a UR from our free pack. Could even be an alt art. Could even be a royal alt art. Let's find out. All right, it's on the right side of the pack, so it's in the right spot. And we do start off with an alt art in our free pack, the alt art Fallen of Albaz. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So good, so good. Haven't even gotten into the actual bundle yet. The boy. Yeah, if I get enough of these, I might actually build Branded again. My plan is to buy the bundle, but probably not any more of the packs beyond that. I like the alt arts, but I'm not enough of a Branded main to want to go all the way into them, but... Alright. Starting off with that, now we're in New Frontier, so we don't want that. We want to go into, here we go, the Roads to Worlds campaign. So it looks like we get icons, a couple of wallpapers, some sleeves. That deck box looks sick, and of course this board. As well as, I believe it's 20 packs with 2 guaranteed URs. So, hell yeah. Let's pop this open. Okay, so we're going to do this one at a time, as always. I saw a UR in that last pack. I hope that's not our guaranteed one. But either way, only one UR is coming our way so far. But we can still potentially find some along the way. The field has sick music. I've heard that, actually. I saw somebody posting about that earlier today. Can't wait to hear that. I'll have to switch to that field before we go into viewer duels. Alright, let's see what we got here. Nothing yet so far. Oh, cool! Okay, so I was hoping this would happen. I'm looking at my... the chat box on the side, which I might end up resizing maybe at some point, but I was hoping both YouTube and Twitch messages would appear on the right, and they do, so that's good. I'm glad that ended up working. I was a little worried that wouldn't. Phenomenal. 829 subscribed for 12 months in a row. Hang on, was that on... Is that on Twitch? It was. Resub with the Prime. 12 months. Thank you so much for that resub. Seen so many names I'm familiar with. I know, me too. I really appreciate y'all coming back. That is very, very, very cool of you. Especially given that it's been like almost a year. I think it's been almost exactly 10 months since the last stream. So really appreciate the support. All right, let's see. We got 3 more packs, including this one, left for this first 10 pack here. Blink out. What does this do? Target 1 Link monster on the field, return it to the extra deck, then you can special summon one of the... Interesting, okay. Switch over to YouTube since Switch has been buggy on mobile. Yeah, definitely. You know, it's funny because I find myself watching YouTube streams quite a bit more often than Twitch because I just kind of like always have YouTube open. So again, thanks to everyone who's watching on both platforms. I see Lustinian over on YouTube as well. YouTube's better for mobile. I don't watch a lot of streams on mobile, so that's interesting to know. That's good to know. Yo, we got another alt art. We got the alt art. the Uppies Cartesia. Let's go. Ah, so good. I'm very glad to have pulled alt arts so far. The alt art, yep. All right, so we got another 10 pack here with 2 URs in this one. Have you seen the full art background? No, I haven't yet, but I saw briefly the summon animation in like the preview window, and it looked really cool. You are her little PogChamp. It's so good. All right, here's the first of 2 URs from this 10 pack. And it's Quem. Okay, I thought this was like a non-alt art Cartesia for a second, but no, this is Quem, who did not get an alt art. Quem and Cartesia are different people, right? Quem is Ecclesia possessed? Or no, is Cartesia Ecclesia possessed? You feel like it would be, I feel like it would be the latter, right? You would think it'd be the latter based on their names. But I don't know who is, I don't know which is which. They're two different people, okay. But I think, Cartesia is Ecclesia. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then Quem is like, just like the remnants of the possession. Is it like a Ansem possessed Riku thing, or like a Riku replica type of deal from the Kingdom Hearts? I get that kind of vibe from it. When's the Royal Alt Art coming? This pack. It's gonna be right in here. Oh, not an alt art. Maybe it's a royal? Nah, it's all good. We got Lulu Lilith. Blah. Quem is from White Relic, the Dogmatica card. That's right. Okay. Pulled alt art Ecclesia in my 20 packs. Don't even play Dogmatica. Swordfish YouTube could do better for streaming. I don't like the Twitch monopoly. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, it's like I just said earlier, you know, I kind of always have YouTube open, so I end up watching more YouTube streams than Twitch streams. I think it's definitely, like, it's good to have a choice between platforms, I agree. Okay. Maybe we can find one more UR here somewhere in these packs. I haven't seen another one yet so far. Don't have another guaranteed one coming up, but... If you're a streamer and your bitrate drops, YouTube just ends the stream. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. How many viewers do we have on each platform right now? Holy! Alright, let's see here. Okay, a bunch of glowing happening, but no UR necessarily. A Crystal Skull and Bear Brum. Wait, oh yeah, branded lore. I was like, Bear Brum, that's not a branded card. Shall Lurk, thanks for coming by. Yeah, whether you're you know, chatting, subbing, or lurking, I really do appreciate having all of you here for the re-debut, so to speak. I don't know. This is a very, like, simplified layout. I would still kind of like to do some more fancy stuff potentially in the future as far as, like, assets go. I'm a little bit... Ooh. Hey, we did get another UR. And it's another alt art. We got a second Albaz. I'm really glad to have two alt art Albaz. I think you play two in most branded builds, right? 2, not 3? I'm pretty sure it's 2. Actually, I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3. I thought 3 was standard. 3 is probably standard. 2 to 3, 3 more commonly. That makes sense. Okay. Sprite's part of branded lore? It is part of branded lore. I always forget that, but it is. Or Sprite reference on the Fallen of Argos here as well. You can play 2 to 3. 3 is for the 60 card build, which is pretty standard. Yeah, the 60 card build, I would say. Alright, we got our icons here. This one's pretty good. Oh, this Alubar art is sick. This is the one, I think this is the one alt art we didn't pull, was the Alubar. But this alt art is so, so good. Sprite, the side story of Fallen of Albaz. It is, yeah, it is. Got the Cartesia icon. Icon 4 and icon. What do these sleeves look like? The Fallen and the Virtuous. These look pretty good. April plays 2, but I'm not April, so I play 3. That's totally fair. There's also alt art Ecclesia. Oh, you're right. There is an alt art of Sword Soul Ecclesia. You're absolutely right. I know what it looks like. We didn't pull that one either. This deck box is sick. This is probably just going to be my new default deck box. I think this looks awesome. The Sky Striker one looks really good too. I think that they're doing something really good with the design direction of the deck boxes in particular, where they're moving away from like, hey, just slap some card art that's on the sleeve and put it on the deck box too. And they're putting actual, like, you know, in lore symbols in, which I think is really, really cool. Yeah, I think that looks sick. I'm definitely going to be using that. Despia, Theater of the Branded. Wow, that looks really cool. Oh, the portals open up on the side? That's sick. Oh, wait, is that the mate base? Is the portal like the mate base? Trust funded resub for 21 months. They've been subscribed for 30. I remember when you used to rush to get top rank. Good days. Hope all is well. Thanks, Trust funded. I really appreciate that. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was reading off a list of people who had been subscribed during my absence, and you were definitely among them. So thank you for that support. The portal is the mate base. That's really cool. That's cool enough to like even use on other boards too. And field parts. Yeah, here it is. Look at that. I love that. I think that looks really, really good. We have wallpapers as well, the Fallen and the Virtuous. And Aliber gets a... Oh, and you can see more of the... Okay. So this is like the Dispater wing. That looks like one of Dispater's wings. And I love the eyes and the portals. In like where the like vein, or not veins, but like the membranes of the wing would be if this was like a bat wing or just a wing in general. Membrane's probably not the right word, but you can see their legs. Just finished with work, had to tune in as I was your first ever sub on the channel. That's right, you were. Thank you again so much for the support. Glad to see you back streaming again with live community interactions, so looking forward to participating. Thank you, Blizzard. I super appreciate that. I see your I see a lot of people in chat also like commenting on YouTube, or had been commenting on YouTube videos during my absence as well. So yeah, huge thank you to all of you. All right, so let me put on some of these accessories real quick. I want to try one of these icons. Yeah, I'm just going to use the Cartesia one. And then, more than that, I want to put the accessories on some of my decks, like the Goblin Biker deck that we're going to be playing. I'll show you the list here, too, in a sec, as soon as I get these accessories on. Also see how we're doing. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's viewing. Wow, a lot more viewers on YouTube than I expected. Holy. And Twitch, honestly, too. I thought the stream on Twitch was going to be like 20-some viewers, and I was expecting maybe roughly the same amount on YouTube. We're at 35 on Twitch right now. We're at 60 on YouTube. Thank you, everybody, so much. That is incredibly generous for you to come out and support with your time. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's get these on here. Yeah. I'll just keep Fiendsmith Engraver as the mate. And you know what? I'll throw these accessories on my Punk deck as well, because I'll probably end up bringing this to some of our viewer duels too. And I want to hear this music. People say the OST on this board is really good. The Sky Striker board was pretty good too, as far as the music goes. Can't stick around a family picnic at the park? Well, I hope you enjoy that, Pickle Placebo. Thank you for coming by, even if for just a bit. I really do appreciate anybody who stops by for any amount of time. And yeah, I hope you and your family have a good picnic. That sounds like a lovely way to spend the day. All right. Oh, right, I said I was going to talk about the list a little bit, too. Yeah, so like I said earlier, I haven't played Goblin Biker in well, since the new support came out. But I did pull the new support. I just haven't used it yet. So I have 2 copies of Goblin Bikers Gone Wild. I know 2 to 3 is standard, but I think you can get away with 2. And then I do have 3 of the Grand Breakout as well. But this is the build. We're on a Fiendsmith engine as well as, of course, Goblin Biker stuff. Extra deck is pretty standard. The only stuff I didn't really have room for is the Crazy Beast. You still have 1 free pull if you craft it from... You're right! Medslav, thank you very much for the heads up. You are absolutely correct. We're going to do that here in just a second. But, yeah, so Crazy Beast is the only thing I really don't have room for here in the extra. I could get rid of Cicada King. You don't need this, but it gives you something to go into off of full Armored Xyz. No Caesar. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't find myself having room for, honestly, that I would like. I guess the Goblin Bikers is also a level 6 Fiend. I will say that I find myself cutting Caesar from a lot of Fiendsmith decks lately. Not because I don't like it, but because I feel like it's the most expendable, I guess, in the extra deck. Most of the time, when it comes to Fiendsmith stuff. But, you know what? I could actually do the craft from right here. So, let me just craft an original Albaz. Or, yeah, just any SR from, like, the Sword Soul archetype. And then that should give me another free pull. Thank you again. Who was it? Medslav for the heads up on that. Want to stay and watch the stream, but it's late here in Greece. Been working really early, or I'm working really early in the morning, so gotta go. Have fun, everybody. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate that. Yeah, again, even if you're only stopping by for, you know, like a moment, that is very much appreciated. Thank you very much for coming by. All right, so we have at least a super here. Could be a UR, though. On the left side of the pack. It's Eyes Show. I didn't know this card existed. What does this do? Well, you control Link for your higher Ignister monster in the extra monster zone. When your opponent's monster declares an attack, special summon from your extra deck a number of non-Link Cyberse monsters with 2300 attack whose combined attack is less than or equal to the attacking monster's attack, then end the battle phase. Okay. That's a thing. Hey Lex, how's it going? Thoughts on the update? Yeah, we just are getting into it right now. Opened our packs from the bundle, and we're gonna see how good this field is. I like the alt arts. I really like that they're doing more unique alt arts between... Well, wait. Okay, so the Sky Striker alt arts were not in the OCG or paper play in general. These Albaz alt arts did see print, right? I think that's the case. Alright, let's pop on over to the duel room here. Let's see, we got folks lined up. Oh, we do. There's a lot of people in here. Well, there's not a lot, but a fair amount. Enough to get some games going. Alright, let's load up Goblin Biker. Yeah, like I said, this is the list here. Haven't played it yet myself on... like at all since the new support came out. So I figured playing with some of you all would be the best way to start practicing the deck. I did what I did in school, and I looked at the study guide right before the test. So I was watching Moha's combo guide, shout out Moha on YouTube of course, right before I started stream, and hopefully I retain a good amount of that knowledge. But yeah, like I said before, I played it with Fiendsmith. Just seems like it makes sense. If I wanted to find more room in the extra for stuff like Crazy Beast, I'd probably take out the Fiendsmith stuff just to free up that room in the extra, but I think it's worth it to not play just a couple of, like, you know, fringe extra deck monsters and have such a powerful engine. So, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at with the build here. And let's get into it. just gonna start at the top against Fair 67. As always, I just do these kind of randomly. I don't really have like a system necessarily. I'll probably start going from the top down, but if a ton of people hop in, I might start just randomly bouncing from table to table to kind of keep it fair. Yeah, Cicada King and Gossip Shadow do kind of have the same purpose, but you can actually summon both as part of your turn 1 combo. Alright, I'm immediately into this song. This is immediately good. Alright, we're going second here. Fair is going to use Bestial Lubellion for Magnum Hut. Let's see if they're on Branded or... Yeah, I was going to say, it's more likely you're probably on Primite Fiendsmith control. Yeah, I'm not going to use this just yet. Yeah, this track rips immediately. I already love this. It's too bad you can't Ghost Ogre on the search effect of Lordly Load. I'll be interested to hear what the other tracks on this board are. Because there's the key card theme and climax theme, I think is what they're called. They're called. Climax starts playing when an extra deck monster is summoned, I think. Okay, I'm gonna Ghost Ogre this effective Lordly Load. Obviously, like I said, can't do it on the search effect, so that's when it's activated, but we'll stop this extra body from coming out. Striker song is really good too. It was. I agree. Magnum Hut on the Ghost Ogre. I should have figured that. We saw that get searched off of Lubellion. That was a good bait. Because, like, you could Magnum Hut by banishing your Lubellion, but obviously that's, like, not nearly as good. And now you can go into Spheres, which is kind of Insano style. Good use of the Lordly Load effect there. This track is so good. I know I've already said that like twice, but as it keeps going, I'm just like, yeah, this rips. Oh, we're going into Fiendsmith stuff. Rather than going Spheres past. Thanks, JD Scrub. I have been well. I hope you have as well. Yeah, I probably should have let the summon effect just go through. Because, like, what would they have gone into, like, SP pass? That was definitely me playing Yellow Button Turbo instead of Yu-Gi-Oh! Took this long for Lacrima. Yeah, it was like... It wasn't, like, super long. It was, like, 2 sets, I think, afterward, but... It is a little surprising they didn't, I guess, release it all in... It feels like they could have released it all at the same time. Because they've done that before, where they just release all of the support archetype gets from multiple waves at once. They could have pulled that off here. But I think the reason why they didn't do it is because... they didn't want to put, like, too many URs into one archetype, right? Basically, it was to be able to print Rextremend and Lacrima both at UR, in addition to Engraver, Tract, and Desiree, instead of putting all 5 of those in as URs in one pack. Alright. So, we're up against Desiree with both Sequence and Ognum Day equipped. It's untargetable, piercing, a ton of attack points, and can negate up to 5 cards on my field. That's a lot. Alright. Let's see what I remember. So, we're going to start with Terratop. And let's get Takatomborg. If this resolves. Oh yeah, there's the summon, sure. Yep. Oh, there is a new structure deck. I meant to look at that. I forgot that was a thing. Maybe we'll do that after this game. I don't play Magnum Hut, do I? No, I don't. Oh, is the, for folks who are on Twitch, is the untapped overlay, how's that working for you? That should be up over there. It's there? Good. Good, 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 good. Alright. Gonna go into the Big Gabounga. Alright, that's good. Now this is the key card theme, right? Okay, here's the Drill Beam on the Big Gabounga. Revealing Ether Barrel from hand, yep. Oh, it's even working on mobile? Hell yeah. Good to hear, good to hear. Yeah, the banish on the Big Gabounga is a little rough, because we ideally, of course, want to revive that. It's going to get put back into our extra deck, too. That's fine. Alright. Let's try to go for Fiend Smith stuff next and see how that works out for us. Oh, we do still have a normal summon as well, which is very nice, too. Alright, I'm gonna go for Tract. I almost wonder if I should have normal summoned a Doug Charger first, just to have access to Grand Breakout. I think I should probably do that. I'm a little scared of Valor slash Imperm. Well, maybe Valor, not Imperm, right? Well, and Desiree hasn't used its negates yet either. I guess to be fair, I don't want to necessarily end up in a situation where I'm like normal summoning Doug Charger while there's also something good on the field to negate. But am I for sure getting Grand Breakout? This is tough. Add a Goblin monster from deck to hand that you can, yeah, detach to summon it. I'm gonna normal summon Doug Charger now. Just because, mostly because Desiree's on field. And like I said, I don't want to end up in a situation where I am summoning Doug Charger while I have something on field that doesn't want to get negated. Okay, Ash Blossom, that's fine, because we can use Cross Out on that. Ash Blossom, here it is. Love the piano in this song. It's very Cynthia's intro. Okay, here's the Desiree. Cool. Okay. Okay, so now let's go into Requiem. Still gotta figure out how we're gonna out this. It's not targetable, it's got a ton of attack. And it looks like Fair still has another piece of disruption, potentially. What is this? Okay, that's Engraver. Let's activate Requiem F. And summon Lacrima. Lacrima F. Dump the other Engraver. Okay, now I should probably use Engraver's effect here. And then use that to go into sequence, right? I think that would make more sense. Keep my Doug Charger. Well, okay, I guess the question is, can I get another level 3? I don't think I can, but I think I'm going to leave Doug Charger on the field anyway for the time being. Well, because I can use Grand Entrance, and then I could special summon... we'll figure that out in a second. Let me do this first. Do I even have an out to this Desiree? Oh, it's Drew Swarm. Okay. I think my best option right now is going into a Zeus. So I think all of the Goblin Bikers... Let's see. Detach and Exceeds monster. Special summon this card. Yeah, I think I have to detach an Exceeds material to special summon like any of the Goblin Bikers, which is going to be an issue when it comes to making a rank 3. Let me activate this real quick and just see what's up. This is a normal summon with that tribute, which I've already normaled. Drill Beam on the Big Gabonga was a very good call, because it stops me from using any of my Goblin Biker extenders as well. This is, of course, negating the Big Gabonga. Yeah, these all require a material to be detached in order to special. So I guess maybe the best thing to add is just Gone Wild for potential follow-up play, but... Desiree targets as well, that's brutal. SP targets. Yeah, we're in a bad spot. Let's make sequence anyway, and I guess make Desiree pass. Well, okay, we could. See, this is where our Ogden Day would be good. No, don't do that, because negate up to the total of... Yeah, so the first effect doesn't target, but the second one does. Oh, Saranir is going to be rough. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's what I thought, that I had 3 Light Fiends left. Goblin that discards for Necroquip. There's not... I'm also not on Necroquip, unfortunately, because of space issues. Yeah, we can make Lacrima here. I don't have anything to revive, unfortunately. Wait, do I? Oh, Banish. So I do actually have the, Yeah, I forgot this could revive from Banish. Is there a reason to do Requiem here? Not really. Oh no, if I had a rank 6, I could go into Zeus here. Oh, brutal. I actually don't play any rank 6s in this deck, because I was more focused on the turn 1 combo line. I put in more rank 3s. Brutal. And they have a nib! Wow, they have a nib! So that's also an issue. A Requiem can only be summoned once per turn? Oh, that's an interesting restriction. Well, alright. What's in here? Engraver. Okay, so yeah, let's put back sequence. Control no monsters or all monsters you control are goblins. Okay. And then, yeah, they can send the token. They just wanted it more. Yeah, Fair had quite a few things up their sleeve here. Huge token. This is definitely one of the bigger nib tokens I've had. It's definitely got to be a top 5, honestly, at least. Alright, so thankfully, it doesn't seem like Fair has it. Oh, but Fair's going to get to add back Ether Barrel. Oh wait, no, there's no normal monster in the graveyard. Never mind. Okay, so that makes me feel a bit more hopeful. I don't like the Lubellion coming back to hand, but at least Ether Barrel's not coming back here. Oh. Okay, well. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Oh, did we know Barrel was in hand? Oh, okay. You won't have to turn in. Will there be a VOD for the Elestrals stuff? Yeah, so Elestrals opening will probably go up on the other channel. I'll have to edit it out. With VODs, I still gotta figure out how I want to do it, because one of the main reasons I wanted to start multi-streaming in the first place is because of the way that YouTube saves lives. I really like that it saves it in its own tab, and I like the way they store VODs a lot better than Twitch. So I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make full use of that. Because what I was thinking is, if the VODs are gonna contain potential future YouTube content, if that's the plan, then what I might do is have them set to members first, kind of like I do the YouTube videos, right? Where YouTube members can see the VODs first, and then once all the content has been released on YouTube, then the VOD will be made publicly available for everybody. That's kind of my game plan. It's not set in stone just yet, but that's what I've been thinking. But what I'll probably still do is edit out the Elestrals opening and then put that on the other channel where I do Elestral stuff. GG's, fair? 67? You had a very scary opening hand. You're with an already very good deck, so thank you very much for the game. All right, let's just keep heading down in order here, and we're gonna hop in with Blaze next. GG's. Blizzard making good use of the emotes. Do you have any info on Elestrals Clash Steam early access state? Not off the top of my head, but that is info I could get at a later time, potentially. I'm not involved in like the creation of Elestrals or anything on the back end at all. They are just very kind and generous enough to send creator boxes. So, alright, so we're going second against Blaze. We're starting off with Charge, immediately dumping Havness. Wow, that's brutal. So Ash Blossom on Charge. Okay, so if I Ash the Charge and then Imperm the Kiklos, we could maybe hope that's enough to stop them? I'm gonna take a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna take a chance because it's a 60 card deck. And if we can stop Charge and Kiklos, there's a chance that that might be it. Havness doesn't trigger here. It's for cost. Oh, you're right. It is for cost. And then we just activated the Thrust, so that's brutal. No, you're right. Yeah, Havness only triggers when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and Charge is a cost. Good call. Now, however, the Thrust for the Grass, that is absolutely going to be a card effect, but can't activate it just yet because I don't have a monster on the field. So that's going to afford me at one turn here. And we're going to have to make the most of it, but looks like we do have some options here. This isn't like a clean combo line, but I can make plays off of this, right? Tribute one monster. So, alright, we're going to normal summon Mean Merciless. And let's just activate this Grand Breakout. And really hope that Blaze does not have an Ash Blossom here. Nope. Okay, so we can special. Let's see. Gone Wild. This summons from deck, right? For Doug Charger. Or, hang on a second. I don't think I can make Xyz plays here, right? Well, let's summon Gone Wild. Because I can Gone Wild for Doug Charger. Oh, I could get Clatter Splooter, and then Clatter Splooter revive the Mean Merciless. Oh no, Droplet's happening here, never mind. Droplet pitch Trivikarma, that's a little bit rough. Yeah, having to start your combo line with Grand Breakout is not ideal. Not only because it requires a tribute for a cost and get Ash Blossom, but also because this is really good for dodging stuff, you know, like the Droplet potentially. So, yeah, I think here we just have to battle. Oh, I can't battle. I'm trying to remember what is stopping me from doing that. Alright, let's just pass here. Trivikarma is being activated. That's fine. That can resolve here. Secret Gone Wild effect. I don't see anything that says it can't attack. Oh. I bet it's the Grand Breakout effect. Maybe? Yeah, I cannot attack this turn. There it is. No worries, no worries. Okay, here's the grass. That is 100% getting Ash. Very glad we top-decked another one of those. Never punished. We are simply never punished. Tearlament's Grief. Okay. It's gonna send probably a Fuser. Well, yeah, I was gonna say it'd have to be Shiren. And then Shiren's probably gonna activate to put back Havnus, I would imagine, to go for the Kitkalos. Which we're gonna imperm the Kitkalos and then hope that we can ride that until... I wonder if I should Grand Breakout. I wonder if I should Grand Breakout during, like, the end phase or something here. I could do that for another... Ooh, okay, here's Weiss. Yeah, that's fine. Linking into red. Oh, it's a Light Fiend! Weiss is a Light Fiend! Yeah, that's fine. I was like, level 9 Synchro. Okay, that's not gonna do... I don't think they play level 9 Synchros, but... Ugh. Alright, so here's the Engraver. Okay, so we're probably going to end up chaining the Grand Breakout to Engraver F, assuming that gets activated here on the Gone Wild. Oh, Requiem equipping to Lacrima. Interesting. I wonder if that was a misclick or if there's a... Oh, it's for a Necroquip. Okay, yep. That makes sense. Yeah, this music does rip. It's really good. Ah, the Pilgrim Reaper. Alright, let's see who gets milled here. There's Felice and Crime and Rhinoheart and... Oh, interesting. Oh, because they have an Xyz material. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're going to summon Felice. What does Felice do on summon? Nothing. Let's do this now. I don't want this Pilgrim Reaper to get linked off and then me miss out on an opportunity. Goblin Biker always surprises you, even if you're the pilot. I didn't expect for the Pilgrim Reaper mills to end up benefiting me, but yeah, here we are. Special Goblin Biker from hand. I don't have any. I'll just summon Mean Merciless anyway. That's fine. Hope Engraver goes to 1. I do too. I agree. I actually like the Fiendsmith engine. I like being able to play it in a lot of stuff, but I do hope that Engraver goes to 1. Okay, here's a sequence. Royal sequence, very nice. I've been thinking about going out on a royal sequence or something, but I have like just enough SR craft points, or just few enough, if that makes any sense, that it's not really worth it for me to go in on Desiree. I kind of wish I would have summoned these in attack mode now. Oh, I really wish I would have summoned these in attack mode now. Yeah, let's definitely chain this for sure. Let's get rid of one of our defense mode Goblin Bikers. We can get rid of Mean Merciless, that's fine. Goblin Biker's expensive. Not terribly. Let me see something. If we special summon Gone Wild, we can then get another special summon. So I think it definitely makes sense to go Gone Wild into Doug Charger. Crafted over 200 Requiem and still don't have a Royal. Ugh, yeah, I'm really scared of that happening to me. But Goblin Bikers. So for URs, you need... hang on a sec. Which one of these do I want? Monster declares attack, banish this card, detach, Add a Goblin Biker monster. I just have 2 Doug Chargers left, right? I'm gonna get my last Grand Breakout so I can Grand Breakout into Doug Charger to add the thing. That makes sense, yeah. But yeah, 2 Big Gabonga, 2 Gone Wild, and ideally 3 Grand Breakout for a total of 7 URs for Goblin Biker. It's really not that expensive. You can even play like 2 Grand Breakout if you really don't have 3, and that's still like more than fine. Alright, so we're gonna have to deal with another giant Desiree. Which... Does this target? It does not. Okay, I think we have our out, potentially. You got a Royal Cartesia? Congrats. We might need Crazy Beast. I think we do need Crazy Beast. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think we do need to play a rank 6. Although, let's see. This should still work. If I go... Because I have 2 Doug Chargers in deck, right? Oh, but Desiree can negate cards. Did you know Desiree can negate cards? Because I sure didn't for like 10 seconds there. Alright, well that'll just do it. Yeah, why don't we just pass here? Yeah, so if we'd had a rank 6, I mean, I don't know, even if we had a rank 6, we could put, you know, full armored Dark Knight Lancer on top. We still don't really have an equip card, because you need the Armored Xyz trap card in the graveyard to be able to do that. Yeah, the Goblin Biker stuff is also still in the shop if you're thinking about building it. So if you have gems and you'd rather use those than the than like UR craft materials, you could still buy the pack. GG's, Blaze, GG's. Alright, let us go into the next one. We'll say, thanks for the duel. Alright, we're in the table with Rastafari at table 3. Let's hop on in. Let's see if we can win at least one. If we get one more L, I might just switch over to Punk, because I know a little bit more what I'm doing. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll keep going. I'll persevere. I had a nickel for every time a World's Event in Master Duel featured a 5Ds Dark Era Synchro type with a free Royal and a new structure deck. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Right, we haven't looked at the new structure deck yet either. I wanted to do that. Rastafari on a 60-card deck. Let's see what ends up happening here. It's Punk! Or at least no Punk Xamine. So once again, 60 card decks, I'm a little more inclined to use hand traps early because it's a little less likely they'll open an extender. But even here, I have the Ash for the extender as well, so I'm fine using Imperm on the, prefer play Goblins with Punk. That is definitely something I've considered as well. Oh, interesting. So we're going Rising Scale to banish the Foxy Tune. Okay, so this is gonna summon... I think I saved this for the Rising Carp then, right? E-Telly at 3? Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've seen Goblin Biker builds that aren't playing Punk, but still play E-Telly for Ghost Ogre, because it's not only a level 3 extender, but you can set the E-Telly if you don't need the extra level 3 body. You can set the E-Telly and then go into Ghost Ogre off it on your opponent's turn and use it as disruption. Alright, so Ash Blossom super saved us there. Wow, this hand is looking pretty solid here. I have a couple of options for extenders, or not extenders, starters. I'm going to lead with Terror Top, of course, because it requires no monsters in play and special summons rather than normal summons, but... Alright, we're looking pretty solid so far. I'm just going to keep doing this for a sec. Let's go into the Big Gabonga. And activate. We didn't normal summon, right? So, do I want to add Goblin Bikers and give up on Tour Guide? I think I do. Yeah, I'll save Tour Guide for follow-up plays. Is Maxi legal in your duel room? Yeah, I don't have any special rules. I just use current ban lists, so... That's one of the reasons why I brought Goblin Biker, is it felt like a nice, you know, not too powerful, not too weak deck for dual rooms. Alright, summon Doug Charger. Doug F. We're gonna get Grand Entrance here, not Breakout. Yeah. And then... we want to do full Armored Exceed stuff. Yeah, we want to go into the 5, detach the Gabonga, and then Grand Entrance for Clatter Splooter, and bring the Gabonga back. I'm pretty sure that's just the order you do this in. Oh, but I already have full Armored Exceeds in my hand! Ah! That's fine, because I can still use the Grand Entrance F to detach the Big Gabonga, I'm pretty sure. That's how this works. Add... Sploder. It's probably Sploder, right? Like Explode. And then detach you to special summon you. And then activate F. And summon. How much damage is this? Okay, this is lethal. Yeah, that's lethal. Okay, yeah, I was like, this can attack, right? It can, because it was summoned off of the Grand Entrance. GG's, Rastafari. Yeah, sorry to have halted your Punk line on the Rising Carp with Ash, but it is it is definitely the most notable weakness of the deck. Thank you for the duel, though. Let's keep on going down to Be On Edge, who I've seen in chat here. Watching over on YouTube. Thank you, everybody who's supporting, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. I'm very glad the whole multi-stream thing is going well so far, it seems. Yeah, both streams seem to be up with good quality. Neither's having issues. Knock on wood. I'd love to see it. Going second again, holy. Nah, I don't care. Okay, we got Engraver, Imperm, and a bunch of Goblin Biker starters. I think Ubel is better than people think, but I can't. It's red! Ah. But I don't think I can call it like a tier 1 deck or anything. Wow, red carrot in the starter. That's insanity. That's a really good opening setup right there. I actually have a tier list video coming out on YouTube later this week. What day is that going out? That actually might be going out tomorrow. Or Friday. One of the two. And I'm pretty sure I put Ubel at like the end of tier 2. This is an insane sprite opening. Red carrot into a starter is just like so good. Second starter search off the jet is interesting. Makes me wonder if one of these other two cards is Smashers slash Cross slash wait, whatever the trap card is called slash Gamma Burst. Whichever sprite spell trap card besides starter you're playing. Yeah, actually I remember now. The tier list is going out. I mean, it doesn't really matter when I use Imperm per se. I guess I'll just do it now. Tier list is going out tomorrow. Friday's video is actually going to be a Sprite deck building video, where I'm going to talk about a lot of my deck building theory for Sprite now that everything's at 3. I'm so excited to take Nimble Sunfish on my Sprite deck. Me too. You have no idea. I can't wait to never play that card again. I don't know, to be fair, there were a couple of times where I was playing 3 Nimble Sunfish and the effect actually came up like for Shadow Mosquito OTKs, but yeah, obviously Beaver is literally like 10 times better. Did you move away from daily uploads? I did. Mostly because I had a video talking about this on the channel, but I felt like it was pressuring me to just upload like endless deck profiles, and I wanted to branch out at least a little bit. And so I'm kind of on like 5 times a week. I think the slowest upload rate for me would probably be like every other day. This week is kind of an every other day kind of week just because I had so much to do setting up stream stuff and everything. But again, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, the idea behind this stream setup is that it's going to make recording for YouTube content easier. Because that was a lot of the reason why I decided to come back to streaming, is because I was having a lot of times where I was recording myself doing the build and plays for YouTube. And every time I would do a recording like that, I would just think to myself, there's literally no reason to not be streaming this right now, too. And so I made this layout with in mind the idea that we would be streaming builded plays and then later porting them more for YouTube. Someone who's seeing the process of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creation, very much appreciate how much time you put into making the videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your appreciation. But, yeah, you know, that's something that's really easy to forget with any kind of YouTube content in general. Like, I was going to say not just Yu-Gi-Oh! But gaming. But even then, not just gaming, but YouTube content in general. It's really easy to be like, you know, if you're doing a video essay, like, oh, you just turn the recording on and start talking about a thing you like. Or if you're doing gameplay, it's like, oh, you just turn the recording on and play the video game. But there's always more that goes on behind the scenes for quality content. Or, like, you know, even halfway decent content. So it can be a bit of a process, but... Oh, sick, it's Tri-Sprite. Let's go! It's Tri-Sprite! I should have noticed that with the Nimble Musasabi. Well, I guess to be fair, this could still be... like a regular Sprite deck, but yes, it was a very good time to be coming back with the Sprite Unlimits. That actually, funnily enough, did not really have anything to do with my decision to come back, but it is very serendipitous timing. Because you know we're going to be jamming just a ton of Sprite on stream. There's the Airly. Elf, Airly, IP. Beyond Edge definitely knows what they're doing, keeping their link zones open. Which is one of the hardest parts of playing Tri-Sprite. In my personal experience is just making sure to keep your zones open. Yep, there's the double Dragon Lord. Alright. Sick. Right on time, Foolos. I forgot this card was in this deck. Oh, this will be very interesting to try and play through here. So, I wasn't really paying attention. Was there a Revolt anywhere in that combo line? I don't think there was. No, no Revolt. I didn't think so. I'll start with Fiendsmith stuff, I think. Attract. Here we go. Probably set it from hand. Tri-Sprite doesn't actually always play Revolt. Revolt into Shurig is pretty optional in the deck. And I don't necessarily think it's... When I say optional too, I think that like... I think you really could go either way. I don't think it's necessarily optimal to play with or without Shurig. I think it really is like 50-50 as far as like there's just pros and cons to both. Now, even if Revolt is face down, Shurig can't be summoned in this kind of a board state anyway, which is a lot of the reason why the deck opts not to play Revolt into Shurig a lot of the time. Oh, I should have fired up Fuwa, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because if nothing else, it would have forced the IP earlier. Or I get a draw right now. Yep, SP is going to banish Lurie. This negates and what else? Sets the attack to 0. Okay, and then this one bounces. Yeah, there's really not much of a point to doing it now. Makes sense. I play Revolt my personal list, so that was my line of thing. Yeah. Revolt, like I said, because I'm pretty sure when it comes to like the Tri-Sprite builds that make top 100 in Duels Cup, I'm very sure I've seen both people on Revolt and not on Revolt in those lists. I'll be very interested to see this next Duels Cup, what the Sprite lists end up looking like. I'm not expecting there to be like a ton of them, but in previous Duelist Cups, you know, it was pretty, I'll just pass here. It was pretty expected, well, I should have crashed maybe, it doesn't really matter. It was pretty expected to see like at least one Sprite list somewhere in there, usually Tri-Brigade Sprite. So I'll be interested if like the random couple of Sprite lists in there are still Tri-Brigade Sprite, or if they're like pure Sprite, or maybe just a different variant. That's actually kind of a big question that I asked myself when I was recording that video that's going to go out on Friday with deck building theory for Sprite, is like, okay, even for like a quote-unquote pure Sprite deck, right? One of my biggest questions is, do I play Fiendsmith Engine or not? Because I think... For me, it kind of came down to like, okay, between Nimble stuff, Frog stuff, and then Sprites, it was kind of a question of Fiendsmith or Dark Beckoning Beast, Gates, and Nightmare Throne. I felt like I didn't have room for both without going to like 60 cards or just like playing no hand traps, right? And I don't know, I feel like there's like decent arguments either way. Alright, looks like they have lethal here. Oh, even had the Gamma Burst too. That'd definitely do it. Yeah, that one Gamma Burst just added 8,400 points of damage to the board. With 6 monsters. Right? I did that math correctly, didn't I? 1,400 times 6. 1,000 times 6 is 6,000. 400 times 6 is 2,400. 6,000 plus 2,400 is 8,400. Yeah. We can fua. GG's Beyond Edge. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for the duel. Okay, I'm gonna come back to table 5 here in just a second. But first, I wanted to go back to the shop because the structure deck, I forgot to look at that. It's the Red Dragon structure deck. So does this have, okay, it does have Vision Resonator, sick. And Crimson Gaia. Yeah, this is an archetype that I kind of wanted to explore, but didn't have the URs for, so I never did. But it's really cool to know that this is like an option for structure decks now. There's a pretty decent shot that I'll end up making like a video about this at some point. Yeah, it's all the URs that you need like specifically for Red Dragon, which is really cool. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to look at the list real quick, but alright, let's hop into table 5 here. With Yurio. Who is, oh, that's, is this you, Hexbots? I'm pretty sure this is you. I remember this from, like, a viewer special. Losing another coin flip! I remember this would always happen during viewer duels. I feel like I have the worst luck against you all, which, to be fair, is where I would want to have the worst luck. If I'm gonna lose... like, just get absolutely rocked by anybody, I would definitely rather it be you all. Okay. Got a couple of pretty decent hand traps here. I love that everybody brings 60-card decks to viewer duels. Oh, it's branded. Okay. This only adds, right? Doesn't also summon? Right, I'm thinking of, opening. Oh, Scorpy, you made my day with your very kind comment. Thanks for stopping by and commenting. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, the Saranir is fine. Yeah, thanks again to everybody who's stopping by for the big re-debut. Well, again, not the big re-debut. I wanted to keep it a little more low-key, you know? And also because they don't have any, like, huge art assets, like a new model or anything. That is still going to be potentially in the works. For me, I think more than anything else right now, it comes down to trying to figure out what I want the aesthetic of a new model / layout to look like. How I want to be perceived. That's something in general I've been thinking a lot about when it comes to, like... the online sphere and also just my own personal life is how do I want to be perceived, you know? And, so yeah, it makes me want to be a little more particular about my model moving forward. Okay, so Albert is probably going to add Branded Loss because Branded Fusion's already in hand. Yep. So, if that's the case... hang on. What does this read? Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion. Cannot be negated. So I can still chain Maxi to Branded Fusion while Branded Lost is up, right? Because I'm not negating the activation. And I'm not responding... I'm not chaining Maxi to the Fusion summon, I'm chaining it to the Branded Fusion. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. I was expecting Branded Fusion to get an alt art. I kind of was too, actually. That would be sick. That would be sick. Like a Branded Fusion alt art where it's Albert and Albaz fighting, but as their like quote unquote human forms rather than their dragon forms. That'd be cool. Or it could be when Granganol and Rindbrum fight. They could depict that. Right? Isn't it Granganol versus Rindbrum? I think. You see that on the art of one of the cards. Yeah, this Despia field is very nice. The arts on the alt arts look good. The board looks great. The music on the board is amazing. This mate base is like probably just the best one so far. I love this visual effect on the outline of it. The like, I don't know what you would call it, like the scratchiness of it. The like, how it looks like it's just going between just a couple of frames. It looks very, very good. Ecclesia Mate would have been fun, I agree. How fun would it have been to have like an Ecclesia Mate that turns into Cartesia, or a Cartesia Mate that turns into Grangadol? That would have gone so hard. A Cartesia Mate that turns into Grangadol, that would have been sick. Yeah, I like the idea of putting a cute mate on this very menacing looking mate base. That is fun. Thrust, huh? Okay, let's see what Thrust ends up getting here. Setting branded banishment. Okay. Into the main. Going to main phase 3. Okay. Nah, nothing during the end phase here because Albion's still in play. Alright, yeah, let's just do this now. Ding! I love that new effect for Fuelos. It's so good. Okay, so here we could lead with Tour Guide, we could lead with Gone Wild. We'd rather lead with Tour Guide because we already have Grand Breakout anyway, so let's just do it this way. Ooh, the Mercurier. Does this, it negates without destroying, right? Yeah, okay. And Grand Breakout tributes for cost. Yeah, I guess we just do it this way? Oh, I should not have played that across from the back row. Rookie mistake. I thought I clicked this zone, actually, but... Well, I guess I don't have a monster to imperm anyway. Plus, Brandon doesn't play imperm. Okay, so here... yeah, here I'm going to go for Mean Merciless, because I can just special the Gone Wild for my hand, and then I can get 2 level 3 monsters in play. Yeah, the set is, whatever the trap card that Super Polys is. Doug. Doug F. I'll just get another Grand Breakout. I already have a Grand Entrance. Alright, we'll summon Da Big Gabonga. I always forget that summoning a monster from the extra deck will trigger Quem. It's so annoying. So Quem is bringing back Cartesia, right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Goblin Biker I put off learning for quite a bit, but... that animation looks very good. That is a very good looking animation. Holy. Okay, so let's go for... Wait, hang on. Do I need to get Boom Mock? Because I can't special Clatter from hand during my turn. It has to be during the opponent's main phase. So do I get Boom Mock here? Oh, because I have Grand Entrance. That's how I summon Clatter. Right, so I do get Boom Mock here. Yeah. Okay, I don't need to use that just yet. Okay, so this can detach from anything, right? Yep, so if I go into... I don't have the trap card in hand, so I think I do go into the Armored Xyz stuff first. Okay. Warlord Furious activating. Oh, I can't chain. Oh, this isn't a quick play spell. I thought Grand Entrance was also a quick play spell. That's rough. So Warlord Furious is targeting Albion and Xyz Armor Fortress. Yeah, I guess I'll Ghost Ogre. It's kind of no reason not to, right? I was kind of thinking about saving the Ghost Ogre for Cartesia, though. But I don't know. That doesn't even really do that much. I feel like anything that could be fused with Cartesia can just be fused with even without Cartesia here. Grand Entrance is the worst Songen Kaimen. You know, I will say, the Tribute to Monster thing is actually not inherently awful. This card is great at letting you dodge Valor and Imperm. It's one of the main reasons this is played in Memento. Is, for its ability to do that. Yeah, this is rough. Because Grand Entrance adds, but I don't have anything to detach off of anything to summon. So I guess we'll just battle here. Over what? Cartesia? Can't battle over this. No reason to battle over this. I don't want to send this to the graveyard, right? No. This activates when other stuff is sent to the graveyard. Whatever. I'll just battle under Cartesia. We do need a rank 6. I agree. We need a rank 6 in this extra deck. One deck building trap I always fall for in Master Duel is I always build my deck with turn 1 in mind. And I'm like, if we go second, who cares? But then we went second like 5-6 times in a row here. And it really mattered. So yeah, I'm going to take out the Cicada King and put in Crazy Beast probably. Hello, Karibo dude. I hope you are well. I hope everybody's doing well. On this fine day. Or evening, whatever time of day it happens to be, wherever you're watching. Still got a ton of people here too, wow. Thanks everybody for supporting. It's like between the two platforms, we have a total of like almost 80 people watching right now. That's awesome. Thanks for supporting, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. That's really, 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 really appreciated. And very, very helpful. I'm very glad I decided to get into multi-streaming. This is actually going much better than I thought it would. I was definitely expecting something to go wrong. Not just because of, like, I don't know. It's not that the software or anything I thought was going to be bad. I just expected myself to not have set it up correctly or something, but... Another spell that changes levels for Goblin. Yes, the continuous spell. That card is actually not bad at all. I just didn't really have room for it. Mostly again because I was playing Fiendsmith stuff. Jeez, I just looked back over at the screen and my field's gone during my end phase. What the heck? Average branded experience. Got the Chaos Star Source over here. Blazing Cartesia activating. Why not? I'll use the Ghost Ogre here. I love the animation on this Cartesia alt art with the wings coming out. It looks so good. They did an excellent job. Yeah, I don't think Cartesia getting popped here like super changes what gets summoned, because Quem... Well, actually, I don't remember off the top of my head what the material requirements for Granganol are. Oh, you do actually need Cartesia. I thought it was just like a spellcaster, you know, same attack and defense or something like that. You do actually need exactly Cartesia. That's interesting. Okay. So that does actually matter. Got a Royal Cartesia? Hell yeah. That's a good point. I don't really know what Cartesia's alt art is trying to convey in terms of, like, the lore. Oh, you know what? No, I do know what this is. This has got to be Albaz's POV, right? As they're, like, falling. Because isn't there one of the arts where they're, like, both falling from the sky and, like, Albaz is reaching out to her? I bet this is Albaz's POV during that scene. That's the only context I can think why her offering uppies would make sense. I am, in fact, live, yes. For the first of, hopefully, many, many times to come. Yeah, so as far as, like, schedules or stuff goes, I think for, at the very least, the first few weeks or so, I'm not really going to be doing schedules. It's going to be more of, like, when I have time. Because that was kind of a thing that I wasn't the biggest fan of last time I was streaming consistently last year, was the schedules. Just because there would be a lot of days where it's like, you know, I don't know. I was tired after work or something, just didn't really feel like it, but I, you know, put it on the schedule a few days before, so I felt more committed to doing it. By streaming more on just days where I have the energy to do it and keeping it a little more sporadic, I understand that it is frustrating a little bit as far as, like, keeping up with exactly when streams are going to be happening, but I'm going to try to do the same thing I did today, where I'll, like, tweet or post on the Discord with a ping, like, about an hour before I go live, just so that people, you know, get a proper heads up, but... Ooh, you got the Albaz alt art as well. Very good stuff. There's no way that's not lethal. There we are. Getting in with the main character for lethal. It's good. That's good. GG's. GG's, Yurio. GG's, Hexbots. I think I'll do one more game with Goblin Biker, and then I'll switch decks after that. We'll still keep going, but I'll switch decks after this game. Yeah. Mr. K at table 6. Let's get going. Oh, there's actually not a queue. That play with viewers bot should not be active. The duel room should just be pinned. Feel free to just hop in. Right now I'm kind of just going down the list, but I might end up jumping around a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, again, don't use the play with viewers bot. That's not what we're using right now. I simply forgot to turn that off. I thought I turned that off a long time ago. Maybe when I was fiddling with stuff, getting ready for today's stream, I accidentally reactivated that bot, but... We're going second yet again here. Literally just cannot win a coin flip with this deck. But that's all good. It's like I was saying before, if I'm gonna lose like every single coin flip, I would much rather it be to you all than on a ranked ladder. Mr. K going with normal Arvada, set, and pass. Okay. That's pretty good for me. Ooh, that's not a bad draw either. You get the activation if you do destroy one other fire monster in your hand or face-up field. Alright, let me start with Terratop and see if this procs the Arvada here. On the stream chat, but not YouTube chat. Are you on Twitch too? Yes, we are live on multiple platforms. I'll make that more clear in future stream descriptions, I think. But yeah, you are seeing both Twitch and YouTube chat on the screen there. Okay, so do I... Yeah, we go for Big Gabumba here, for sure. I think I will activate. Yeah, I'll activate. This smells like Garunix in hand. I agree, but it's not like we can't just not activate effects here. Skipping Uber. It is kind of fun that YouTube and Twitch can talk to each other across the... Oh, it was only Ash Blossom. Oh, there's the Garunix. Okay, yep. Wait, was this destroy one? Your hand... Okay, yeah. I was like, why can't I Ash Blossom that? It's like, right, that doesn't technically summon or add from deck. It destroys from deck. Yep, there's old Garunix. Okay, We still, yeah, let's just normal summon the Gone Wild here. And F. For Doug. Yeah. And Doug F. For Grand Entrance. And then, let's see. Now we go... Yeah, let's do Xyz Armor stuff. And F. Detach Big Gabonga. That lets us add the trap card. And then now we can activate Grand Entrance. Should not have done it across from the face down. I thought I clicked over here. Thankfully that wasn't imperm, so we're never punished. We can add Clatter Sploder. And then that'll let us detach. It would have, yes, been a very big gabummer. that's really good. Alright. Clatter Sploder F. 5 the Big Gabonga. Call by! Oh, that's brutal! That's actually hugely devastating. Because that was how I was gonna win. It's not just the reviving of the Big Gabonga, it's now I can't use the second effect either, which was gonna be a lot of how I kind of came back there. Okay, that's fine. We still have plays here. Yeah, that's from graveyard to hand, which I might... Well, we don't have one in our graveyard right now. Yeah, let me think for a second. So, we have Mean Merciless and Boom Mock. Neither of those do anything if I summon those off of Grand Breakout. This might be... a Zeus. Well, because here's the thing. Old Garunix is going to go off during the next standby phase. That's why I needed to win this turn. I'm trying to think if I still can. It's going to be hard to do without the, yeah, this effect of Big Gabonga to win this turn. You could go Little Knight, banish new Garunix. I'd want to battle before I do that. I could battle afterward. It doesn't really matter. I could even do both. I could SP banish new Garunix and also have a Zeus. That way I could Zeus away the old Garunix. And I'm losing all my materials on board anyway if I Zeus. Man, this is hard. I actually don't think I Zeus here. I think I just do the Little Knight. But even then, what's like the optimal way to do that, right? I'd like to keep this Xyz Armor Fortress for the full armored Xyz, if possible. But I don't think that's going to be possible. Oh wait, hang on a second. I could still negate the effects of... Okay, we're going to do this either way. Oh, except I don't have a thing to add. So I should have done that later. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah. So if I go, okay, if I go boom, boom, wait, boom, boom, Little Knight, and then, yeah, we'll just do it that way. Yeah, oh, we forgot to add Crazy Beast to the deck, you're right. That would have gone crazy mode here. And we could still Big Gabonga and walk over the Arvada, but that will trigger the effect to... I guess that doesn't really matter to bring back Garunix and then destroy it during the end phase, right? It's too bad these things that negate have high defense. I should have battled with the thing and then banished. Another misplay on my part. When a monster on the field activates its effect. Detach to material. Okay, so we'll just make Gossip Shadow, I think. That'll negate the old Garunix F. Assuming, I guess, there's not a fire monster. Fuck, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That was rough. And I'm the one who made the plays. I don't think we know what they have in hand now. Nope, I want this one. Okay, so Arvada is activating against the Gossip Shadow here. So I think... Yeah, maybe I'll tag out now. I could also Grand Entrance now. Well, that just negates the activation, doesn't destroy my monster. I can still Little Knight later during a different activation. Was that another old Garunix? No, that was Kieran, okay. Destroy all other monsters on the field. I could actually chain both of these effects. Well, no. I mean, I could chain the Grand Breakout, but that doesn't really accomplish anything here. Yeah, we're definitely activating this, though. I think we just get rid of old Garunix and hopefully not die here. Yeah. Oh, no, I should have gotten rid of Arvada, and then they wouldn't have been able to revive Kieran. Oops. Have a good night, Hexbots. Thanks for coming by. Super appreciate that. Goblins are having it rough today. Although it's more than likely a me problem. Like I said before, this is my first time playing the deck. So I have to imagine there was a more optimal way to build the boards other than what I was doing. How much longer are you streaming for? I'm probably gonna do viewer duels for another like 40-ish minutes, and then we'll open our Clash Creator box after that, which will probably be at least an hour. So probably like 2-ish hours. We're still going. I might take a small break between viewer duels and opening Elestrals packs, just to like stand up for a second, like use the restroom and stuff. Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, so they have an Ambluwale, as well as Old Garunix. Old Garunix doesn't do anything on my turn, right? Yeah, okay. Ambluwale doesn't necessarily do anything on the field. Okay, so how do I want to do this? If I normal summon Terratop, I could Grand Breakout to go for Gone Wild. That's probably how I'm going to have to do it. I don't... Wait, hang on. What do I have in my graveyard here? Okay, no. So I'm definitely going for Sploder, I think, because I can just bring back Gone Wild. Oh, is Sploder? Oh, Sploder's in the yard too. Okay, so then I just go for mean... Wait, is Sploder when it's normal or special? But I already normal summoned... Rip! Okay, so... That only summons from deck? Alright, I think we have to go for Gone Wild here then. Like a Gone Wild for Mean Merciless? Yeah, we have to go for Gone Wild. Going second is rough with goblins. It is! It is indeed rough. Oh, there's a quick effect? Oh, Promethean Princess. I forgot about Promethean Princess. Yeah, that's really too bad we had to use our... Oh, I guess we didn't have to use our normal summon. We could have Grand Breakout on the Little Knight. But I don't even know if we could still play through Promethean Princess. Yeah, I can't summon anything I add. Yeah. I don't like the position we're in. I should also... I've seen builds play a second Clatter Sploder, and I super understand why from this game specifically. Yeah, this is rough. I can't even battle over anything here with the stuff I can make. This isn't even a situation where having a rank 6 would save me either. I guess if I had a continuous spell, having a rank 6 would save... Well, if I had a continuous spell, I can make a rank 3, too. Yeah, even if I can make Bigabonga, the Promethean Princess will just come out against it. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything I can do here, unfortunately. So... I'll just set some stuff and pass. Yeah, I'll switch to Punk after this game and hopefully we'll have a little more luck. For the end of the main phase. Oh my god, we could have gone into Fiendsmith stuff. I totally forgot we play Fiendsmith in this deck. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we definitely could have gone Fiendsmith stuff. I just completely forgot it was in this deck. Nah, I'll just let it go at this point. I guess we're not dead yet. We could, but the Promethean Princess. Maybe we'll just top deck Call By. I'm playing Call By in this deck, right? Yeah, I am. I didn't forget it. Ooh, okay. Wait, is Mean Merciless still on our deck? It is. That's what I thought. That's a good top deck. So if I make the Gabonga, they're going to Promethean Princess. And I don't really even have a way to take advantage of making the big Gabonga here. What? Do I still have, the 5? No, I used the 5. Yeah, the full armor. The full armor exceeds 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just kind of screwed no matter what I do here. Well, I mean, not like super. I can still make another rank 3. I just don't know how good that'll end up being. Second Sploder would have gone so hard. Second Sploder would have solved literally every single one of my problems here. But you know what? We learned a lot about Goblin Biker, even through doing poorly with it. There was a lot to be learned here, for sure, about the importance of certain deck building aspects, and the importance of how thoroughly you can get your ass kicked going second in this deck. Yeah, Skyburn on the Doug was definitely pretty rough. It means I can't go into a rank 3 anymore. Not that I don't even think going into a rank 3 would have helped me here, to be honest. You know what would help me right now is Typhone. And this is not the first situation Typhone would have gotten me out of. That might need to find room for it. I might need to find room for that in the extract too. I'm starting to think maybe Fiendsmith is like too much. For this deck. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother chaining stuff anymore. Let's see, Prom Princess probably bringing back our Vada here. Yeah, just for a little bit of insurance. Definitely understandable. GG's, Mr. K. GG's. Thanks for coming on by to the duel room. Super appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for the games. Alright. We'll go down to the next table here, table 7, but I am going to switch over. Oh, I don't need to edit the deck. I think I am going to switch over to Punk just because I know it a little bit better. And it's a somewhat similar power level deck, but this is my Fiendsmith Punk build. I have switched it up a little bit since the videos I made on it. Most notably, I'm playing the Nashiwari Surprise instead of the Dangerous Gabu. I'm really back and forth on which of the Punk Trap cards I actually think is better. I don't fault people for playing both either, but I also wanted to keep this build as close to 40, if not, just right at 40, if possible, while still playing a solid amount of hand traps, which we are. We have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11's not bad for a 40 card deck. Alright, so Sui at table 7. GG's, Blizzard, GG's. I'll say, I'm psyched to duel with you. Let's hop on. Of course, now that I'm off of Goblin Biker, now I want a coin flip. Just a cursed ass deck. This hand is interesting. Alright, let's start with Zayamine. And Zayamine F. Okay, so that resolved. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Let's see. Let's add Foxy Tune. I would like to stream regularly again. That is the plan. I'd say probably at least once or twice a week. Probably twice a week on average will be the plan moving forward, but let me think about this for a second. So let's just link into Almirage and go into Rising Scale here, because even if something goes wrong with that, we still have like plenty of other options. Maximum C. Now, thankfully, we do have the Ash Blossom in hand. Twice a week, you're too good to us. Tentatively, that's the goal, is going to be about twice a week. Today's stream, more than anything else, was going to be just like a test to make sure everything was working all right. Oh, the Fuelos too, that is brutal. That's actually very brutal. Alright, so if that's the case, let's go for Madam Spider. And we'll go Madam Spider F for the Nashiwari Surprise. And let's see. I'm thinking about if I want to go into Little Knight. Give them one more draw. Plays into Nib, though, is the thing I don't like about that. But I think it's worth it. Nah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, give them one more draw to end on one more form of disruption. I think is generally worth it, especially if you're not putting them up to too crazy amount of number of like cards in hand. Salad, eh? Yeah, this is fine. You don't win friends with salad. You don't win friends with salad. Nah, it's just the Simpsons reference. I like Salmon great. I think it's a cool deck. Yeah, I wondered if you already had the Gazelle in hand. That's fine. Let's see. Gazelle F, dump Spinny, I imagine. Oh, you know what? Maybe. Think about when I want to use this Little Knight. Oh, for Jack Jaguar. Interesting. Okay. Yep, there's Mirror. Pitching Foxy at hand. I have an idea. Might even be a good one. Although I actually did mean to activate Little Knight there. Nah, this is fine. We'll just keep hang on for a second here. I think both SP Little Knight and Nashiwari Surprise have a lot of potential to screw our opponent's turn up, but we have to be kind of careful about when we use them. Yeah. Yep, I wondered if that was going to happen. Okay. So they discarded Spinny. But what if I go... Hang on, does this work from the field? No, it's only Salamangreat cards. Okay. So I'm going to activate Little Knight on itself and Balinx. And I will also use Nashiwari Surprise on Nightmare Phoenix. Now there will be no monsters on the field, no zone for Jack Jaguar to go into, which means Spinny also cannot be summoned. And with the normal summon used, hopefully there will not... That'll be the end of things. Okay, there's a circle. That's not good for us. For Weasel... Weasel says... you have to have them in your graveyard. Okay, so they can keep extending here. That's pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, I think we had to take the chance there. There were a lot of instances where that was, like, sufficient to stop our opponent's turn. This is the real choke point I was waiting for, was Mirage Stalio. But I also... Maybe I should have just popped the Nightmare Phoenix. See, the only problem with that is that then Sui can go, like, Jack Jaguar into Balinx zone, and then bring back Spinny, and then go into Promethean Princess, and, like, it's not, like, full combo, but I'm still not in a good spot there. The other option was to wait for Promethean Princess, which I think maybe I should have done. Have you ever used the Book of Moon effect on Rising Scale? I think at least once, yeah. Wouldn't expect to use it in this matchup, because everything that's 2500 attack or more is going to be a Link monster, but... Yeah, I should have thought a little bit more before firing off all my stuff there. The only other problem is that if I didn't activate anything at all, they still just get a bunch of bodies on board. I think to the point where Little Knight and Nashiwari stop mattering. It's debatable. There's like pros and cons to starting and stopping when I did. I mean... You know what I mean. Stopping their stuff when I did, not starting and stopping. Yeah, I mean, it's a good effect, but it just doesn't always come up. You'd think it would a little bit more. Well, I mean, it's also like... You kind of need the monster to not only have 2500 more attack, but also it be good to turn it face down, which it typically is, right? It means it can't be used as a... material for summons, or it can't battle, but it's a very niche effect, right? Like, even if this effect resolves, it's kind of hard for this to, like, be enough to stop your opponent. Not that it has to be, necessarily, but... And yeah, this should be lethal here, right? Yep. Taking that 5600 for game. GG's. GG's, Sui. You definitely played that well. Thank you for the duel. Alright, let's go into the next one here. Against Toad! I know that name. At table 8. You know what's funny with the new title, and again, of course, now I'm winning coin flips. With the whole title thing, I kind of regret not at least entering the second stage of a lot of Duelist Cups. Because what I would do a lot of the time is just get to level 19 and then stop. But if I had known it was going to kind of matter whether or not I had those titles in the future, I think I would have, you know, made more of an effort to get at least to level 20. This hand's very interesting. We have a couple of options that we could potentially do here. I'm mostly thinking about like using, like starting with Fiendsmith stuff and then using this to go into punk plays. Will that work? I mean, it should. Let's just go for it. It's the time to experiment. Let me see if a line like this, 1, works, and 2, is good. Meeps! Meeps with the sub! Thank you so much, Meeps. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. I was, Meeps, I was lurking in one of your streams just for a minute, recently, but it was when you were playing Sprite. I meant to say something, but I just kind of, it slipped my mind, and then I went to make dinner, and I was like, oh, I never commented, but I was there, I was lurking when you were doing viewer duels with Sprite. But thank you for that sub, I super appreciate it. Very, 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 very kind of you. With Christia, my beloved. It's good. Okay, I kind of got to decide if I want to make Desiree or an Appaloosa with this Fiendsmith stuff. I think I'm going to make Appaloosa and maybe play things safe here. I generally prefer to make Desiree, but I'll make Appo here. Because I don't want to get nibbed. I guess I could still get nibbed, but not before the punk stuff starts coming out. But yeah, I hope you've been I hope you've been doing well, Meeps. Does it matter what I put back here? Not really. I should have kept Engraver in the graveyard instead of Lacrima. Oh well. Alright, let's do 2, 3, 4. And activate. Back sequence. Alright. Let's do... Okay, so if I go... Ogre Dance for Zamine, Extreme Session, Banish Ogre Dance. Won't I still need to use Foxy Tune? So maybe I should just go Foxy Tune, pitch Ogre Dance for Zamine. Yeah, let's do it that way. Add Rising Scale. Then we can go activate Rising Scale. Banish. Doesn't really matter which one. And then Scale F for Sharkusai. We can go Sharkusai F for Rising Carp. With you and you. And then, sure, why not? And then Carp F is going to, of course, get... actually, do I get Wagon here since I already have Extreme Session? I should just get Madam Spider, right? And then Deer Note. Oh, I forgot to play the field spell first! I'm a dummy! Ah! It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. We did miss out on a draw. But hopefully it won't matter too much. So eager to activate my effects to search that I forgot to get my draw in as well. Okay, this is a little bit awkward though because... well, it's not. I mean, it is and it isn't. Basically... I gotta make a decision if I want to Ghost Ogre. Well, no, I want to get the... Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather have the level 8, or the rank 8 in play than a Ghost Ogre in hand, I think. So if that's the case, then we want to, because I haven't used this yet, right? So then we want to actually add Wagon, and then sync these for 11. And then bring something back? No, wait, I could sync these for 11. And then bring back... Yeah, so I can add Ghost Ogre here. Add to hand, yes. This does work out. It sucks that I missed a draw, but it's whatever. You can target a punk monster in your graveyard, accept Amazing Dragon, and summon it. Yeah, because then... And I think actually I will use Jam Dragon Drive, because then it can revive itself, and then I'll have Rising Scale in play as a potential disruption as well. Revive Sharkusai. And then put the rank 8 on top of this. This is also why you play 2 Amazing Dragon. Alright. Pretty average Fiendsmith punk stuff. Yeah, we're playing against Toadette. For a second I thought you meant that I was playing Totally Awesome, and I was like, huh? No? And I was like, oh yeah. I'm gonna let Rhoda resolve here. In my experience, anything that is gonna get Rhoda, you can also just Ash Blossom. So I don't usually Ash Blossom Rhoda pretty much ever. Alright, let's see which spell trap gets targeted here. It's the Imperm. So I will simply chain it, and then this will also negate the other effect of Darkblade here. That actually worked out pretty well for me. The end of the main phase, that's fine. Yeah, we'll let battle phase go through here. And I am just gonna use Nashiwari Surprise on the Darkblade, so it can't battle over my stuff. And then we can potentially synchro and bounce later. Yeah, so the main reason I went into Amazing Dragon is to, yes, get the Jam Dragon in the graveyard, so that way it can be summoned later. Also, we play 2 Amazing Dragon, so it doesn't really matter if we use one. That's why we play the 2nd Amazing Dragon. Doing it that way also let us keep the... Well, I guess we would have kept Rising Scale if we would have put that on top of the Jam Dragon Drive, but I think having access to the Jam Dragon Drive as follow-up is pretty good. It's really good for coming back on follow-up turns. Okay, so... You destroy 1 memento monster in your face-up hand or field. If you do, add 2 memento monsters with different names. I'm going to use Appaloosa on that, because I haven't used an Appaloosa negate yet. And it's main phase 2, so I don't have to worry about this getting battled over. GG's, Toad, GG's. Sorry, you're like the one person that I actually went first and just opened full combo against. And everybody else kind of got to do more stuff, but, you know. That's how the cards play out sometimes. Alright, let's go down the next table, table 9 against Typhoon. I'll say I'm psyched to duel with you. Sprite with Christia, it's so disgusting. Winning coin flips all of a sudden here. I'll do at least... Let's plan on doing 2 more after this one. So we're gonna do this duel, and we'll do 2 more afterward. And then after that is when we're gonna switch over to do Elestrals opening. Okay, so this is another hand where we have the option to lead with Lurie before going into plays, and I think I'm once again gonna go ahead and take that. Had Super Poly in hand, drew Fuwa for a turn. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, it's like right on time, Fualos. Yeah, so with Punk, you can actually pivot into Fiendsmith off of your Punk engine. But at the same time, I think that if you can get into your Fiendsmith stuff beforehand to, like, make the Appaloosa, that's better. Okay, I'm trying to think if I want to call by here or not. You know what? I think I will, actually. This plays better around Nibiru. It plays worse if Typhoon is holding Maxi or Fuelos, but if they're holding Nibiru, this plays a lot better. Was banking on you going into the Amazing Dragon. Yeah, I was like, I thought about it for a second, but it's like, I had the Nashiwari surprise anyway, and you only had one thing to remove, so I was like, I'll just do that. We're going to do the same thing we did last game here. We're just going to lead with Appaloosa and then go into Punk stuff. Let's put back Larry. Trying to decide if I want to lead with E-Telly. Yeah, I do want to lead with E-Telly when I lead into Punk plays. Go sequence. And Lacrima. This time I'm going to leave Engraver in the graveyard, like I should have last time. F. I haven't activated Tracked. Lurie's not once per turn. So we're going to add this one to hand. Summon to field? No. Because I haven't used Engraver's hand effect yet. Do a little bit of deck thinning. If you didn't want to go into Appo, the other option is Caesar. Yeah, because you're mainly looking to play around Nibiru. Now, Typhoon already used Ash Blossom here, but that is kind of another reason to go into Appaloosa over Caesar. Although, to be fair, if they have Ash Blossom, they'll probably just use it against your Fiendsmith stuff. But that's another reason why Fiendsmith is so good in Punk, because Ash Blossom on Rising Carp, I mean, as you saw against somebody else who was playing Punk earlier today, is just it's a turn ender. Like, you just can't do anything after that. So, being able to, like, either negate or bait the Ash Blossom is just so important. But Nibiru is also very important to stop, and in that regard, yes, you could use Caesar as well. And again, as mentioned, they will have likely already used the Ash Blossom against your Fiendsmith stuff. Alright, so we have Appaloosa up. Now I'm going to go E-Telly for Xayamine. We're just going to get Rising Scale. Yeah. See, actually, hang on. Let me think for a second. So, are we going to go Rising Scale? If we add Rising Scale, then we're going to have to go Foxy Tune, pitch Nib. I could add something else in Foxy Tune, pitch that, and keep Nib. But is that worth keeping? I kind of don't think it is. I think I'm fine pitching Nib here for getting extra bodies on board. Yeah, that's gonna have to be fine. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I guess I could also tribute Xayamine to Special Foxy Tune, Rising Scale, Banish. Is that good? Is that better? That might actually be better. Hang on a second. You know what? Let's try it. I think this actually is better than what I was thinking. Because it lets me do the full combo line and keep Nib. Because really all I needed was a way to get Xayamine in the graveyard to banish it for Rising Scale. Yeah, so for viewer duels, I'm cool for whatever, but just to give you a heads up, we're actually coming to the tail end of our viewer duel segment. I'm only doing 2 more games after this one. Oh, could always use Foxy on field, true. But the whole point is I don't think we need to use Foxy at all. I think we can still, yeah, we can still just pop off here and just keep the Nib in hand in case things go, like, really far south, you know? Alright, this will be Wagon and Deer Note. Wagon F. Gimme the field spell. That is a good point, though. I always forget that Foxy Tune can be used while on field as well. Much like Ghost Ogre, actually. Alright, Jam, Chainlink 1. Foxy, Chainlink 2, although Ash Blossom super doesn't matter for at this point for multiple reasons. I'm super... I know I said it when we first started, but I'm still super digging the... Oh wait, we're getting Madam Spider here. Right, because we still have the extra summon. Yeah, we're getting Madam Spider. Add jewelry to hand, yes. I'm still super digging this music on this board. It's so good. Alright, so now we're going for... Oh wait, hang on, let's do this first. Yeah, I'll just banish Foxy Tune, that's fine. Spider F. Give me the Nashiwari Surprise. Field Spell F. Draw. Alright. Let's get Dragon Drive in the yard. We'll even have an extra body at the end of this. It's kind of wild. Do I want an extra body? I mean, it's no reason not to, right? We'll just bring back, like, the Deer Note here. Oh, we can't bring back the Deer Note. Huh? Weird. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we bring back here, then. Dang, if I had one more body, I could have actually ended on SP as well, but... Nah, that's fine. Well, you know what? I could end on Pep if I really wanted to. Well, no, because then I wouldn't be able to make Amazing Dragon during my opponent's turn. Never mind. Alright. Okay. That looks pretty good to me. I wish I would have drawn more hand traps, but beggars can't be choosers. They were free draws anyway. Fiend Smith's Tract. Yep. Ooh, for Lacrima. Interesting. Pitching Lurie? No! Whoa. We're doing some interesting stuff here. Fiendsmith Kyrie. What does this do? Banishes to fuse using monsters you control and or monsters in your spell traps. Get one face-up card instead. Okay. Activating opening of the spirit gates. Oh, I should have chained to that. What was I doing? That would have stopped the search here. Oh well, that's fine. That would have been a really good time to use Nashiwari Surprise. I should have done that. Let's see. These both okay, this negates and destroys. So I'm gonna do Jam Fever first, I think. Get this off the field so there's no extra normal. That sounds good to me. We stop the search and get rid of the body. Alright, so that's good. So Lacrima's in hand with 2 unknowns. We don't know the other 2 cards because this didn't add anything. Okay. So Lacrima, 2 unknowns. Spent like 10k gems trying to get Cartesia, but haven't gotten a single copy. Oh, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. Oh, okay, here we go. It's Yubel, and here's Phantom. With a Terra Incarnate also getting put back. Let me think about how I want to do this for a sec. Use for my battle, take no battle damage. They don't have a Nightmare Pain up. End of the main, end phase. Alright, I'm going to destroy the face down here. I can get rid of the Phantom. I can deal with that, yeah. I could even deal with that right now if I wanted to. In fact, let's do that. For the Amazing Dragon. And then if Phantom activates here, I can just Appaloosa it. Actually, I could even Chain Block with the Field Spell. We don't need to select another card. That's insane. Insano style. Yeah, if Punk actually gets to pop off on turn 1, it's pretty insane. Alright, and we already have lethal on board, so I'll just move to battle phase here. GG's, Typhoon, GG's. Yeah, I will say Punk does, I kind of, you know, similar to Goblin Biker, struggle going second. I wish I could have gone first with Goblin Biker, because that deck can also super pop off if it goes first. And even with thanks to Grand Entrance, has some ability to play through hand traps. Alright, 2 more games as I mentioned. Nerd and then Jordan. So first, Nerd at table 10. Hop in with you here. Let us see what we have. God, you know what? I'll let you go first. Just so that we have at least one going second Punk game here. It's like the universe today was like, Lex will not play Goblin Biker. Lex will play Punk. If they want to see any success. Adamantipator. Interesting. At least that's what I'm assuming when I see Cardahan. Can't think of any other deck that plays it. Oh, no! The one time! I mean, not the one time, but definitely punished for not doing this sooner. Okay. You know what? Let's just do this now. And get this Quacky Mirror Guardian off the field. So the problem with... Okay, so because this is something that gets brought up a fair bit when I say that, like, hey, you shouldn't shotgun Max C. People will often bring up that there are matchups where... Oh, they did hit. I was kind of hoping they wouldn't for a second, but the Roxy's at the end. There are certain matchups where it is good to shotgun Max C. Adamantipator, thanks to Quacky Mirror Guardian, does end up being one of them. Here's the problem, though. You'll never know, like, you can't ever know if you're in a matchup where it's good to shotgun Max C until it's too late. Or unless you happen to know what your opponent's playing already, right? But that's just not knowledge you can ever have. On Ranked Ladder, if you're in a tournament, it might be a little bit more feasible, but... Pull any alt arts earlier? We did pull some alt arts. We pulled 2 Albaz, 1 Cartesia... was that it? I think that was it. But still not bad. One of the Albazes was from our free pack, which was nice. I'm not going out of my way to pull 4 of them, no, but I did pull a few of them, which I'll hang on to, because, I mean, there's no reason not to. Well, I mean, there is, to get UR dust points, but I don't need them so badly that I'm gonna dismantle alt arts. I've never dismantled any alt arts, actually. Even my Junk Warrior, I still have the alt art of that. Which, by the way, there's a new Synchron deck that just got announced in the OCG that's centered around Junk Warrior. So if Junk Warrior is about to be used in a competitive deck, which I'm really hoping it is, then I'm extra glad I hung on to my alt art for that. But I mean, either way, it's Junk Warrior. You can't not have the Junk Warrior. It's a classic. It's an icon right there. Yeah, we haven't seen any of the cards. It was just one of the little blurbs saying that it's going to come out at some point. But yeah, the OCG had a little blurb about that structure deck, and it mentions Junk Warrior by name, so I think it's going to be more centered around... It could even be like a junk deck more than a Synchron deck, right? Trying to Utopia double your opponent with Scrap Fists. I hope it leans into like flooding the board with a bunch of little monsters. I kind of hope that's the direction they take it. Because the whole Utopia double thing, like Double or Nothing was more of a gimmick from the show, whereas the Scrap Fist moment only happened once at the end of 5Ds. I mean, Scrap Fist's the name of Junk Warrior's attack, but the spell card Scrap Fist, specifically, if I'm remembering right, depicts the end of 5Ds when Yusei and Jack have their last duel, and spoiler alert for the last duel of 5Ds, if you care about that, Yusei wins specifically by making Junk Warrior really huge with a bunch of small monsters and battling over Red Dragon Archfiend. Alright, is this the Block Dragon search resolving? Yep, looks like it. Ugh, that part of the music is so good. The Block Dragon coming out. Here's the Researcher. I will say, you know, this is... Oh, wait, whoa, that was 3 copies of the spell. Adamantipator Signs. Oh, that's cool. I was just gonna say, it's kind of funny that, like, the one time I was like, I won the coin flip, but I'll let you go first. It was Adamantipator. But it's all good. I don't really care. Honestly, the Quackimira Guardian, I maintain, listen, for me personally, I maintain that I don't think Block Dragon is the scariest card from Adamantipator. The real scariest card, which messed us up earlier, is this one, Quackimira Guardian. The fact that this deck can just incidentally play through and around hand traps is often very brutal. Again, as was the case with this duel. I hate when they throw rocks at me. Wow, this board's gonna be brutal. I was gonna say they can make Baron and Borreload here, which is exactly what's about to happen. It's the TCG player's ultimate nightmare of an end board. It's Appaloosa, Borreload, and a Baron. Of course, the big thing to keep in mind when you're looking at how scary Adamantipator's end board is to also remember how easily it stopped. Like, if I had had Effect Veiler or Imperm or Ash Blossom against Curious dumping Block Dragon, then... I mean, to be fair, they did make Appaloosa before the Curious came out, which stops 2 of the 3 things I mentioned, so... It's another, one of the many reasons why Millennium is also really good in this deck. Yeah, this is the ultimate R/Master Duel nightmare experience. R/Master Duel would have you believe this is the average Adam Emancipator experience, when I think it is very 50-50, honestly. As in, it kind of comes down to whether you have the hand trap for the thing or not, or whether they have the Quacking Rear Guard. But that's like with every single deck, right? There's always these kinds of factors that are like playing into it. We could Typhone here. Wait, that's actually a really good idea. Typhone, bounce, battle over Alb. We would still get hit with the Little Knight, though. I mean, let's do it anyway. Let's just... Oh, but then we can't summon Rising Scale to then combo. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's no winning this duel, but I'll just keep clicking buttons for a little bit here. I think Crossout that uses the extra deck would be very overpowered, yes. Well, okay, I guess, do you mean in addition to what Crossout does, or another Crossout card, but it's only for the extra deck? Because if it's the latter, then I don't think that's necessarily broken. It would probably see some amount of play. That's actually a good question. Another Crossout only for the extra deck. Yeah, I don't know if that would, how broken would that be? That's actually a really good question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I'm thinking about it, right? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can make an argument for something like Appaloosa or SP Little Knight. Like, it always has use cases against cards like these. And in a format like this, where you have, like, a very prevalent, generic engine like Fiendsmith that comes up a lot. So, like, in this meta, I think you would, if you're on a Fiendsmith deck, you would absolutely play that. But I don't know if you would for a lot of decks. Isn't that like Winter Cherries? I guess it kind of is, but I guess the difference that I envision is that, like, Crossout can negate the card that's already on the field, right? As opposed to, I think Winter Cherries is a bit more preventative, where you have to use it a little bit more preemptively. Whereas, like, this theoretical Crossout for extract cards, you could, like, top deck and still be useful, right? But I guess that is a lot like Winter Cherries to an extent, which Winter Cherries is a card that doesn't really see a ton of play because of the extra deck commitment. So I don't know. That's actually that's a good thought experiment. That feels like it would have an obvious answer, but doesn't. Now, obviously, if it was Crossout plus extra deck stuff, yeah, that would be absurdly broken. Now, I mean, obviously, it would just be better Crossout, but... Oh, Metaltronus is kind of that, yeah. That's a good point. And that does see play, but it's not, like, ubiquitous. Oh, that guitar riff there at that part of the song is so good. GG's, nerd. GG's. That sounded like an insult the way I said it, even though I was just saying your name. Alright, one more duel. We're going to go into table 11 against Jordan here. And this will be it for viewer duels after this. But of course, the stream will not be over. We're going to switch over to opening some Elestrals cards. I think I might take... I don't know, actually. No, I think I'm good. I don't think I need to take a break between viewer duels and opening Elestrals cards. But don't let me forget to... I want to put a message out on the Elestrals Discord before I start opening that stuff. I should also probably change the game I'm playing over to Elestrals once I start opening that stuff. Thanks for the game, but never let an adamantipator player go first, otherwise they'll rock your world. That's good, nerd. GG's, thanks for the game there. Draw phase runic dispelling. Huh? Alright. Chaining the max C to that. Let's see if they chain another runic spell. They don't. Okay. I think even if you have a second runic spell, though, you probably don't chain it here if it's your only other runic spell, right? Well, you definitely don't, because then you still want to be able to draw 2 off of the fountain. If you had 2 other runic spells, then I think you could consider it to avoid giving me a draw there, but I guess it also kind of depends on what your hand looks like. I mean, that's always going to be a factor, right? Fuelos is an interesting discard. Fuelos in Runic. Not that I think that's inherently weird, but something like Fuelos can give you a bit of an indication potentially on what kind of a variant your opponent's on. Because I think about like Runic Stun, for example, right? I don't feel like that would be very likely to play Fuelos. Which kind of makes me think it might be, maybe it might be like a Bestial variant or something. Villain of the street. Listen, if people want to bring Runic Stun, that's honestly, I'm not going to get mad at you for it. I mean, I don't particularly enjoy Stun, but I don't have the same level of like vehement hatred for it that a lot of players do. At the end of the day, it's a strategy that's legal, it's valid, you got to be prepared for it, so I don't fault people for using. I mean, that's always my whole thing, right? Is it legal to play? Then yeah, I'd go for it. It's valid, you know? But yeah, so I guess that's all I'm saying. If you did want to bring Runic Stun to like a viewer duel, it's not something I would hold against you. I mean, it's a card game. I'm not that petty. Like, it's whatever. It looks like it's Runic Sprite here, though. Specialing the blue and then normaling the red, getting that extra disruption out, which I do think is worth it in a situation like this. That's not a very good draw. In fact, third Ogre Dance was quite literally the worst draw we could have gotten there. Not that our hand's bad or anything, but I am that petty, I'll hold it against. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's like, I just don't really care that much. They could summon Christian on you. They could. What am I doing here? Am I just making Appaloosa again? I could make Desiree. Yeah, you know what? I should make Desiree here, right? Because it not only stops red, but also fountain. That seems like it would make sense. Now, Toad, wherever would you have personal experience of a Sprite deck summoning Christia against you? I wonder. Alright, Jordan debating whether to use the Lurie, or the red, I'm guessing the red on the Lurie here or not. I think if I were in this position, I would think about where to negate the Fiendsmith with my Sprite red here. I'd probably wait until Requiem. I think if you're not going to stop the Engraver right off the bat, then you should probably wait until the Requiem. Just because it's a once per... Well, apparently you can only summon one Requiem per turn. I didn't even know that before today. It's Sprunic. Yep. We like Sprunic. It's got sprites in it, so I like it. Alright, here's the Lurie. I'm so glad this new layout ended up working out. Thank you again, everybody, for coming by. Really, really appreciate it. Super appreciate it. Summon Lacrima. Lacrima F. You could also, you know what Jordan might be doing here, and this would actually be pretty smart in this situation that I didn't even think about. Since the Hugin is on the field, what Jordan might be doing, and what would also be a pretty good play, is to wait to use the red negate against sequence, sending the Hugin to both negate and destroy it. Because that, of course, not only stops the sequence from getting out the fusion summon, but it also gets a body off the board. And a lot of decks use sequence as part of their combo line. They need that body to be able to like link off into something. So that's, you know what, I hadn't considered that with the red plus the Hugin here. That is another pretty good choke point here. First time catching a stream, love your content. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, the multi-streaming thing is here to stay. So, you can catch me on Twitch and or YouTube. Okay, so red's getting activated here against the Engraver F to revive. Okay. That's a little annoying. I mean, just having my Fiendsmith stuff stopped. Wow, let's say that 5 times fast. Actually, wait, this is kind of fine here. Because, check this out. Alright, we're going to go normal summon Xayamine. Okay, I think they do have something. Potentially. We're going to activate Xayamine. And then we can still do Fiendsmith stuff in this situation. Alright, Xayamine. I actually didn't even... I'll just get Foxy Tune. That's kind of funny. I didn't even really need this to resolve, but... Because normally, if you were doing like turn 1 combo line of normal summon Xayamine, you would just link it off into Almirage anyway. So like we can definitely just go Lacrima plus Xayamine into sequence. Okay. Sequence F. I'm gonna go for Desiree here, for sure, because of the fountain being up. Yep, okay, there's the freezing curses. So, we were doing, like, first come, first serve. This is gonna be our last viewer duel for this stream. We are gonna be doing some Elestrals pack opening after this, and of course, viewer duel streams will happen in the future. Unfortunately, though, today this is gonna be the last one for now. Okay, here's the fountain for the draw 2. Okay, so just go into... I'm trying to think if there's a reason to Ogre Dance or Foxy Tune. There's actually not a reason to do that first. I'm just going to go for a Rising Scale here. I guess, no, there was a reason to banish the Ogre Dance and not the Xayamine out of the yard. There were reasons to want to do that. Okay, Sharkusai. And Sharkusai F. Flashing Fire destroys? Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this shouldn't matter here. Yeah, Sharkusai will still resolve, and I was just gonna fuse 2 Ogre Dances for my hand anyway. Here's the Rising Carp and F. Or what? Oh, Deer Note got banished. Oh, that's why we said, oh no, Deer Note earlier. Okay, that's fine. We can make do. Oh, Wagon got banished too. That's a little bit of an issue. More so than the deer note. I wonder... Let me think for a second. Okay, so I don't have any level 3 psychics in my graveyard. No, I have one. Okay, so if I sync for Amazing Dragon, I can bounce both. Alright, I think I know how I'm going to do this. That's fine, yeah. And then we'll go... So that'll give us 2. So we'll go U plus U. And then chain link 1. U. Yes. U. Yes. U. Chain link 2. Alright, now we can activate Tribute U and summon Ogre Dance. And 100 off, you say. Well, I say we can still make Psychic and a Punisher. Alright. Battle phase and activate. And boom. That was a little scary. I thought we were going to be able to do that without the field spell for a second, but with the help of Psychic into Punisher, we were able to get there. Thank you, by the way, Jordan, for coming by. Thank you to everybody who came by for viewer duels today. That was super fun. I'm really glad that we got to do this again and hang out in a duel room. Super awesome. Really, really appreciate it. Y'all coming by, but we're not done just yet. As mentioned before, we are going to be opening some Elestrals packs. So let me get that ready here. There's that. I think Sprite or Runic Sprite will be a good option with the upcoming ban list. I think that Sprite is definitely going to be... I think it'll be like a tier 3 deck with everything unlimited. I think Pure / Fiendsmith is probably going to be the way to go, but I could see a world where Tri-Sprite is actually still just the way to go. I mean, especially with the Nimble Beavers coming back to 3, that could easily be the case. So I would say Pure or Tri-Brigade Sprite would be more what I would be inclined to say is like super good, I guess. Okay, let me change my categories. There we go. On Twitch and on YouTube. Edit. Game title. Elestrals, TCG. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna need some background music while I open this because we won't be in MD anymore. Let me just put on my chill video game list playlist. Oh, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. I'll turn this down a little bit first. There we go. Okay. And also, I wanted to switch into live cam. Yep, in just one moment here. Let me grab the actual box itself. And let me close. I'm just going to close MD. And swap over to the webcam. Woohoo! Hello, everybody. Let me, hang on. Unlock this. And I need to flip this upside down. Is that under transform? Here we go. Flip vertical. Ah, but now it's mirrored. Is there not a way? Hang on a second. Let me put on the music real quick. Let me turn that up too. There we go. Hey, what's up, Purple Pancake? What's up, Kelly? Hope you're doing well. Hang on a sec. Okay, we go back to transform. Oh, I need to rotate it, not flip it. I see. So let me flip it again, and then let me rotate. There we go. That's a lot better. All right, now that we have that all set up, let me go to the Elestrals Discord. Creator promo. And throw some links over here and see if some Elestrals folks want to come on by. Let's see. Live opening our Firestorm creator box on both Twitch and YouTube. And let me throw both of those links in here. Ah, no, that's not a link. That's just text. Hang on. There we go. And then there we go. Okay. All right. Hands. All right, so yeah, let's start opening this Firestorm box. I am very, very eager. Oh, the package came in there. Very eager to get into this. I've been very excited for this set. It's very impactful for Elestrals, and I mean, not just because of like the cards in the set, but also this is the first set since all of the elements are now introduced into the game. So everything getting equal support here. I'm just gonna open this right on up and we can get right into it here. Oh, I already see the plushie, and it's the one I wanted. But let's start with this. Elestrals at a glance. It's a basic rundown, all the different card types here between Spirits, Elestrals, Runes. If you're not familiar with the game, I have a ton of content for it over on my second YouTube channel, which is Hexlex Plays. And yeah, there's also just a ton of like the Discord here, discord.gg/Elestrals. If anything about this game interests you, I highly, highly recommend checking it out. And feel free to even, if you want to ask some questions in like the Discord under the other TCG section, I am always happy to talk about Elestrals. I think this game is really, really cool, and I'm very excited to keep collecting it. Been loving Firestorm so far, even though it's like a void COA format. I think there's enough fun things going around. Yeah, I think there's a lot to explore here for sure. Okay, so, ooh, my axe just fell there. One of the things these creator boxes come with is a plushie, and I was really hoping to get Owloon. I'm very excited to have Owloon. I saw the plushies this time around were like randomized for one of each spirit type, and I do love Owloon. Owloon is my favorite spirit, so let's get Owloon out of the bag here. Wow, that's very soft. It's like you can see on camera that like when I move my finger, it's like, you know, it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like felty, but that's a lot softer than I thought it was going to be. It's a good plushie. Definitely be joining Voldusk is the other one I have. Okay, so we have some tournament packs here that we're going to open. These are always really exciting because they come with some pretty good promos. You got a Sluggle coming in the mail? I really want a Sluggle too, actually. I haven't bought any of the plushes yet, but I am very tempted to buy the Sluggle plush. Not begin to understand the current format of Elestrals, but I know the basic stuff. Yeah, I mean, the basic stuff obviously is just like the best way to start. And this format, I mean, Firestorm literally just came out, so the format is definitely not fully explored. I mean, Moonrise format was, I don't think, ever fully explored. I feel like Moonrise format has a lot of potential as far as like legacy formats potentially for Elestrals. Okay, so here's all the cards that we've got. Of course, our Owloon as well. So we have a booster box of Firestorm, the Zeus versus Hermes starter deck bundle, which also comes with some packs, and there could be a Stellar in the actual starter deck itself. We got 3 tournament packs and 2 blisters, and we're going to open all of this here. But I just want to lay out a map quick first for these cards. Give me one second. Elestrals mat. Now, if after this you're eager to see even more Elestrals card opening, I have my own personal product is still arriving in the mail, so whenever that gets in, we're going to make sure that we open that on screen. Sluggle is sold out? I didn't know that. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that really makes me wish that I had bought one already. That's actually brutal. What if I get a Stellar hit me up for the normal Sluggle? Good to know, good to know. Thank you. But, let's see. Where should we start? Let's start with the starter deck, actually. So, these new double starter decks, or rather, these double starter decks are a new thing that Elestrals is doing. They recently switched from the single decks to the double one, which I always think double starter decks is the way to go. Because not only does it let you potentially get into the game with somebody, but it also, you know, even if you're just getting into it by yourself, you can still... Hang on, I don't want to tear this box open. Let me get something to break the seal with. Yeah. How competitive are the Elestral starter decks? Actually vary. The Elestral starter decks come with a ton of staples, not only from previous sets, but also the current one. Like, the Poseidon versus Hestia starter deck comes with 2 copies of Galaxy Champion of Poseidon, which, in terms of power level, is like the chase card of the new set. So for them to give you 2 copies of the best card for the new set in a starter deck is insane. But also, again, as far as like previous staples go from older sets, there's a ton of value in here. Like the Zeus deck has Hurricane in it, which is insane. They both have PTA and Gorgon's Gaze, 2 copies of each. Like, if you bought one of each of these starter decks, then you would have like a locals ready deck with that alone. If you got 2 of each of these, you would have enough to basically build any like competitive Elestrals deck you wanted once you got the specific archetype related stuff. Yeah, starter decks are like the best things you can get for new players, agreed. Oh, also, what's up, Queso? Thanks for coming by. So, these come with 2 mats / posters. This is the poster side. This is the like learning to play mat side. Not gonna bother completely unfurling those, but these are nice to have just for getting people into the game, which I hopefully will be doing IRL a little bit more often. I would love to, at my local game store, start getting Elestrals going. It's just a matter of, like, I don't know, committing to doing that, I guess. Alright, so we're going to open the starter decks first, like I said. And even though these are fixed with what comes in them, you do still have an option for a Stellar. Like, you could still potentially pull a Stellar in the starter deck, so... Oh, the new spirit art is so good for this set, too. Taratless. Hold that up close to the camera. You can see the art a little better. He's like far off in the distance. Oh, this Owloon, where the Owloon is perched in the window. They killed it with the spirit art in this set. It's funny because which set had the best art for each spirit kind of varied from set to set. Up until this point, I think Firestorm actually just has the best art for every spirit in the game. Here's the Wind Spirit, Lycaris. I love the Owloon hanging out in the window. It's so good. And we got Owloon hanging out over here too. Alright, so those are the spirits. So Gorgon's Gaze, very, very prominent staple card. You get 2 copies of it here. Altar of Stars, not like a staple, but played in a lot of decks. I don't know about a lot, but enough decks that it's worth getting 2 copies here. Rise from the Ashes. This card just got limited and was previously only available as either a base set foil or a tournament pack card. So for this to be in the starter deck is absolutely insane. Yeah, I mean, if you can't get better value if you're getting into this game in the starter decks. Ambro, staple, played in like everything. Dense Fog, excellent sideboard card, you get 2 of it. Earthquake, staple, you get that. For the you get the new Divines, of course. There's a couple of Hermes there. Oh, this has Spectaris in it. That's also a staple. I didn't even know that. Cockatoodle's played in a ton of stuff lately. And I thought you got a Hurricane though. Is that not in here? Maybe it's later on. Although I think it should have been in here by now. Hard Buds. Oh, new stuff. Spinosect. The Spinosect deck, I think, is like potentially worth investigating as far as like playability. Is building a full power deck almost 1k like in Yu-Gi-Oh? No, not even close. Literally not even like legitimately close at all. Wait, huh? Did I miss the Hurricane? I thought Hurricane's in the Zeus deck. Yeah. Yep. No, a competitive Elestrals deck. I mean, here's the thing, especially since the Firestorm stuff came out with such like aggressive reprints, like Hurricane was a $15-ish card that's now like maybe $3-4. I think the version of this deck is like $1. Cryoblast is a rare that was like $5 to $8, also available in these decks, also now like $1. So that's the thing about Elestrals, even if there's a chase card in terms of like price value in the set, it'll legit probably get reprinted in like the next set starter deck. Lavalith, yep, that's in the Hestia starter. There's the Volt Tempest. This, I think, is another deck that has a lot of legs, is the Volt Tempest deck. Volt Tempest Champion of Zeus is basically just Gores. It's like the only Gores for this game. It's an archetype-specific Gores. Hey Hex, I boosted the server and it's level 2 now. 100 emote slots. That's awesome. Thank you, Spellbinding. Yeah, if we're gonna have to fill those up. If anybody has any suggestions, there is a suggestion channel in the Discord server. If there's any emotes you want to see, feel free to drop them in there and I'll try to make them happen. But look at this Leviathan. Ugh. So good. The Zaptor! Look at the Zaptor! Oh, like all curled up. If I can get the camera to focus on it. If I hold it closer, it will. It did for a second. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but yeah, I can see the little Zaptor curled up sleeping in the cave. So cute. So good. Okay. There's Spirits. Poison Tipped Arrow, another staple that's played 2 or 3 of in pretty much every deck. So we got 2 of those here. Oh yeah, that is a thing. Yep, if you get a starter deck, even if it has cards that eventually get banned or limited, you can always play starter decks card for card that list in events. So as long as you don't alter it, your deck is like always legal. which is very, very cool. Got a couple of Nogs, Nectar of the Gods, which, funnily enough, you see this, it just straight up says draw 2 cards, but not quite as good as Pot of Greed. It's funny because, like, this isn't even really... It's just funny due to the way that Elestrals work, and because your resources that you have to pay for cards with, like these 2 little nodes here, are also your life total. Paying 2 life to draw 2 cards in this game is, like, actually kind of not worth it for almost every deck. There are some turbo decks where it's worth, but... Oh, that's a cool Circle the Sky. I don't think I've seen this one yet. This wasn't the base set one, was it? I don't think so. Ambrose. Okay, there's the Hurricane. So yeah, this card, I mean, when Moonrise first came out a few months ago, I was legit kind of having trouble picking this card up. Just because it was kind of hard to find a copy. And again, it was like 15 bucks a pop. So for this to be reprinted already in the next set starter decks is just such good value. Any cards that cost 0 LP or spirits? Not yet. That might be a thing in the future, but it'd be a little weird. Because the thing about Elestrals, particularly like the creatures, is that in order to have their abilities, they need to have the runes enchanted, right? So even if an Elestral could, in theory, be in play without any runes under it, or not runes, spirits under it, it wouldn't have any ability, which would be a little bit odd. But I mean, they can make it work within the design space. Zeus's Call is basically Rhoda for this deck. Oh, the wave artwork? Yeah, I kind of glossed over Tsunami. And it's fun, if you actually look real close, you can see little foamies, which is a water Elestral caught up in the wave, which is always fun. Yeah, Tsunami, another just staple, played in a ton of decks. Get 2 of it in here. It's an uncommon, though. It's come in a lot of products. This card is kind of easy to come by. That's why I kind of glossed over it. Race to the Top. This card is limited. This deck comes with 2 of them. But, again, as Kelly as Purple Pancake mentioned, you can play this deck card for card if you don't alter it. So, it's never obsolete. Zeus's Call, like I mentioned, this card's insane. It's Rhoda for... Basically, this Elestrals archetype, the Zeus archetype, has Breaker, the Magical Warrior, and Gores in it. And this card can search both. Finally, more Zeuses. And with a new art, too. This is another pretty big staple card that was actually, like, somewhat hard to come by. Because if you didn't have the holo, you had to have the common from exactly the first starter deck. So to have more of these, Hot Zeus. He does also have a, is that an 8-pack? No, those are just his pecs. I thought he was rocking an 8-pack for a second, but those are just his pecs. Galaxair, that's a pretty good card. You get 2 of those here. It wasn't particularly expensive, but it is a good card, so it's always nice to have that. Astrabbit. You can literally never have enough of these. I mean, yeah, you can only play 3 of an Elestrals card in a deck, but if you're building multiple decks at a time like I do, you can never have enough Astrabbits. So I'm actually super stoked to have more of those. Also, the print on these... Is it just me, or does this... That looks a lot cleaner than some of the other prints. Like, this Astrabbit looks bluer to me. Maybe it's just because it's fresh out of the box, but I don't know. Elishik. Yeah, this card just got banned, funnily enough. But again, you can always play this deck out of the box. And put the Zeus away. Okay, so here's Titana Strike. This is Breaker, the Magical Warrior, basically, for Elestrals. Well, technically, it's like if Breaker, instead of destroying a card itself, searched MST. This basically searches MST, but... It's banned. I thought it was limited. It was limited. Elishik just got banned, like, this week. This card literally just got banned. Which I think it is ban-worthy, honestly. It's just too strong to be able to search any Divine on a 4/1 body. Like, if Elishik didn't get banned, then Zeus would probably have to get limited again. And with Zeus having an archetype centered around it, yeah, limiting it is not ideal. I agree with the Elishik ban. Vulgaries is... Okay, this card is actually like Breaker the Magical Warrior. Well, it's like reverse Breaker. It's like imagine if Breaker got stronger after it popped it popped a face down. That's basically what this full Gary's is. So they do have Breaker, and then they have another monster that searches MST. A lot of back row hate in this deck, on top of also having Gores, but there is also a new Elechik too, like Elechik Champion of Zeus. So it's not the same card, but you can still play Elechiks in this game. That's something that you'll see in this set is Elestrals having new titles, which makes them a new version of, you know, that card, basically. I'll just put everything twice over here for now. And yeah, let's start opening these packs that came with our starter deck. Okay, so I usually like to tear open Elestrals packs and then peel them down the side is what I find to be the best way to do it. I'm just gonna throw the wrappers on the floor. I'll clean it up after the stream. So there's our Spirit. Wait, yeah, so yeah, the rare will be at the back. Yep, so we got Ormite, Champion of Hestia, new Ignector. So that's another thing in this set, right? Not only do you have Elestrals, you know, old Elestrals with a new champion title, but you'll also have old Elestrals that don't have a title, but have a different effect. Elestrals is like Pokemon, where like, in Pokemon, you know, there's multiple different Pikachu cards that all do different things, but you can only have so many cards named Pikachu. Same with Elestrals here, right? So there's an Ignector in Firestorm, there's an Ignector with a different effect in base set, and you can only have 3 Ignectors total. However, if a card has a title like this, you can play 3 Warmite as well as 3 Warmite Champion of Hestia, if that makes sense. Alright, here's Sluggle. I love this art! Sluggle, Champion of Poseidon. It's so good! So good. I got Verotagua, Champion of Poseidon, Narpoon, Champion of Keon. I won't go through them this slowly all the way through, it's just the first pack. Sirocco of Nodus, Mistral of Boreas, Breeze of Zephyros, and ooh! We got a foil in our first pack, and it's Galaxair, Champion of Aeolus. This card is quite good. This card is basically Poplar in Elestrals. When it's searched, you can just cast it right away, special cast it. It's like how End Zorak and Zorak are different cards in the same deck. Yes, exactly. That's exactly. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna put foils / rares up here. You know what? I'm trying to figure out... I'll sort this by spirit type, I think. I'm not gonna... You know what? I should sort it by both spirit type and rarity. That'll save me so much trouble later. Let's do that. So I'm gonna put I'll put uncommons up here. Water, commons. I'll put over here for now, I guess. Fire, commons. Starter deck stuff I'm gonna leave alone. And I'll just put spirits up here. Sure, why not? My favorite part about Galaxy Champion of Ale is that it's just worse than Carrion Champion of Hermes. True. Does Carrion have to be specifically milled, or can it get searched? I actually don't remember. Wow, that Flurmine looks so good. Look at that Flurmine art. If I can get it to focus with like the sunset. I don't know why my camera doesn't want to focus on the champions, or I mean the spirits specifically. Probably because they don't have text on them, but... Okay, so here's Harpy. New card, new water card from the set. We got another Elechik, Champion of Zeus. Sparkit escaped from Tartarus. So here's another thing they're doing with banned cards / cards with titles, right? Because Sparkit is a card that's been banned for the longest time in Elestrals. It's the first banned card, I believe. And Escaped from Tartarus Sparkit is basically a retrained, like a errata version of it. Which I think is a really cool way in a paper card game to implement, like, fixes for banned cards. I really like this. I think it's a really smart way of doing it. We got Sorlet, Champion of Aeolus, Carrion, Champion of Hermes. Oh, Carrion, yeah. So when this Carrion is sent from the deck to the underworld with your Hermes' effect, you can special cast it. So yeah, it is basically the same thing as the Galaxy Champion of Aeolus. Carrion has to get milled, though, by Hermes. Galaxy can be searched by anything or just by Aeolus? Oh no, it's only when it's searched by Aeolus. Okay. So, yeah. I would agree that Carrion, I think, is overall probably better. I'm actually going to just put uncommons in their own pile. This Lyre of Apollo, I think, is really good. Hey, Night Rose, what's up? You're just in time. We just started opening Elestrals stuff. I'm literally just opening my packs from the starter deck. We haven't even gotten into the box yet. There's Sirocco of Nodus. Here's Panzer. And we got another foil. 2 out of 4 foils so far from our starter deck packs. There's Ankylo Surge. Carrion uses Spirit from your Underworld. Oh, so it does. That definitely does make it better. Yeah, I agree. Gotta leave in like 2 minutes. Well, thanks for popping in. I really appreciate you coming by. Thanks again to everybody who came by today. The support, I really appreciate it. There's a Taratlus. We got Veritagua, Narpoon, Harpy, Elachik, Sparkit, Panzer, Torchin, Champion of Hestia. That's our first one of those. Waspire. And then we got another copy of Zeus's Call, which I actually didn't realize that was a rare. So to get that in the starter deck is a pretty solid value there. I'm going to do foils, rares, and then uncommons. Foil, rare, uncommon, and then we'll just do common. We'll do it like that. I don't know which one is more my boy, Sluggle or Torchin. They are both very, very good boys. Good Healy boys. Luminape, just chilling on the tree. Every single spirit art, they killed it in this set. So good. Here's Soulbell, Champion of Apollo. Our first solar card. With Plucky, Champion of Apollo, following behind. Werepup. Okay, this card is, well, it's less the Werepup and more the Like of Void. We'll have to see if we get a Like of Void. Nemastar, the new Lunar Elestral. Arachne's Lair, part of the new Spider archetype. Anvil of Hephaestus. Uncommon. Catechus of Hermes. Solaria of Hermes. And, ooh, this is a card that I'm actually interested in building this deck for, is Majesty, Champion of Poseidon. For NTG folks, this is Blood Moon on legs. For Yu-Gi-Oh folks, this is a Floodgate. But Floodgates on monsters aren't quite as bad as Floodgates on like a Spell Trap or something. Okay, there's our starter deck packs. Let's do our blisters next. Let me see how we're looking over here. All right, excellent. We'll do blisters. So blisters come with 1 pack. They also come with a foil Stellar Spirit. That Vipyro looks sick. That actually looks insanely good. I also appreciate that they put it in a penny sleeve. You never see that in this kind of packaging. If there's loose cards in here, they never... In any other card game which has loose cards in a blister, I'm so afraid to take it out of the blister because I'm afraid I'll damage it. So for the Elestral scene to throw on a penny sleeve for you here is like just so good. Just another example of them going the extra mile where they don't have to, which is very, very nice. So the blister opened. And then this one is like Harris for our other Stellar Spirit. On one hand, I wish Majesty, Champion of Poseidon was stronger. On the other hand, I don't. I feel literally exactly the same way. You could not have described better how I feel about that card. Alright. Here. Anderson, Champion of Demeter. Our first common here. Got Titanostock. This card I think is really good. If this card had been Wind instead of Earth, it would have actually just been broken. Like, if this card was searchable off Aeolus, it'd be so good. Got Spy Nymph. Oh, here's another Escaped from Tartarus card, Drataya. Which enabled, I believe it was Elestrals' first FTK. Well, the first legal one. Who knows how many there were, like... I mean, that's true of any card game, I was going to say, in the testing room. There's Rumacole, there's Panzer. Yeah, I'll keep putting uncommons in their own pile. Fortune. Oh, we didn't take our Spirit out, did we? No, we didn't take our Spirit out earlier. There's the Luminate. Wasspire. Ooh, we got another foil. It's another copy of Fulgaris, Champion of Zeus. Good stuff. That's, I mean, I know I keep pointing out how good value the starter decks are, but it's so cool that, like, you know, this Zeus archetype is composed of, like, rares and foils, which would make it normally rather inaccessible, except the starter deck just gives you, like, one or two of each of these cards anyway, so it's, like, completely fine. I think that's the thing that really impresses me most. Like, yeah, aggressive reprints are, like, always good, and a lot of games do them, but not a lot of games will, like, get you into the, like, current... Ooh, we have a foil Spirit here, I think, because I just pulled a rare out from the bottom. We'll see that here in a sec. We got Anderson, Titanostock, Spy Nymph, Drataya. Another instance of the Earth cards all being together. That was actually, I think, the same set of commons I got from the last pack. Oh, wait. It's down there. Mistral of Boreas. Breeze of Zephyros. Fire of Apollo. And sure enough, it was a foil Spirit. Foil Fleurimine. That looks so good. Man, that looks good. I will never get over this art. The mapping in Firestorm is kind of rough. I'd heard that, yeah. And then, oh yeah, we got a rare too, right? Yeah, the Hestia's Hearth. Okay, should we do let's do our tournament packs last. Let me grab the Firestorm packs. And get this open. I saved my starter deck box, right? Yeah, it's right there. I don't know why, but I've been saving a lot of the boxes. Well, I'd like to display a lot of my Elestral stuff. I just need a good bookshelf to display them on. Boom, boom. That. Ooh. What's our box topper? This could also be a stellar. Box topper is... Oh. it's a code card! No, it's in here. I didn't realize there was going to be a code card, too. There we go. Alright, box topper is... Bull Tempest, Champion of Zeus. Some pretty good looking art, and it's a good card too. Code box topper goes hard. Foils. So, okay, I'm gonna mix these packs up a little bit, because I know this was true in other Elestral sets, but I don't know if it's true in this one too, that, like, the foils are all like together in the box, which for my purposes doesn't really matter because I'm just opening them all anyway, but I don't want to open like all the foils at once, you know what I mean? You know what, why don't I just... up a little bit. I'll just packs. I didn't mix them up like super duper well, but I'll just kind of grab you. Actually, let's just leave these off screen. I'll just open them one at a time on screen. I don't want it to get too cluttered over here. Okay. So this is going to be 36 packs. Starting with the first one here. Spirit. Pedersen, Champion of Hermes. Titanostock, Champion of Aeolus. New Frigicub. Not a champion of anybody, but a new card. Bunix. I'm eager to try out the Nixamera deck, so one of the key cards for that. Soul Bell. Oh, this Liar should be over here at the uncommons. We got Gryffuse, Champion of Zeus. Titanostock, Champion of Zeus. And Kyloshock. And Ephemerix, Champion of Hestia. Our first rare that we've opened so far. Spirit. So I believe every set has a full art. It has, I think, a third of the packs are foils, right? So 13 of the 36. And I think that includes one Spirit. Sorry, I went through that a little quickly. There's Warmite, Ignector, Nimbug, New Nimbug, Titemite, Urskote, Champion of Kion. Do I have a pile for Wind? Yeah. Frost. Torch of Hestia. Got Anvil of Hephaestus. Catechus of Hermes. And our first foil is going to be Exaltus, Champion of Apollo. Which is also kind of like a Gorz a little bit. Should be a pretty decent card. The solar stuff for this set's a little hard for me to evaluate. I'm not sure how I feel about it, about how good I think it is. Alright, so we got Rumacole, Earth Scout, Champion of Hestia, Arachne's Lair, Feloy Forest, Burning Woods. Got Reforge. Card's pretty good if this one I remember, right? Return an artifact, and then return spirits. Yeah, card's definitely not bad. Torch of Hestia, Anvil of Hephaestus, Catechus of Hermes, and New Poseidon foil. Very nice, very nice. Pretty good new art for Poseidon there. Alright, let's grab our next pack here. Yeah, I'm kind of grabbing them from like the middle of the stack, so that way, again, hopefully the foils don't all end up together. But if I pull like a third foil here, I'll start grabbing from other parts of the stack. Alright, we got Earth Scout. We got Warmite. There's another Sparkit, escaped from Tartarus. Uh-oh. I think I merged some of my piles here at some point. Where was the Thunder? I know I had one. I think I merged my Thunder pile and my uncommon. No, those are all uncommons. Oh, here they are. Okay, that is what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay. So there is Sorlet. Twins, Carrion, Twin, Torch, Common, Anvil, Catechus, and another copy of Hestia's Hearth for our rare. Spirits. We got Anderson, Titanostock, Sparkit, Sorlet, Carrion. Got Panzer, Torchin, Waspire, and Emo Brumalinx. Brumalinx, Champion of Kion. I think the Blizzard deck actually has a lot of potential. Blizzard's already not a bad card, and the support for it is definitely not too bad here either. Alright, next up, next pack, we got Narpoon, Harpy, Plucky, Champion of Apollo. We got another new Werepop, Nemastar, Mistral of Boreas, Breeze of Zephyros, Fire of Apollo, and a Nyxmera, the Fallen form. Like I said, I am pretty eager to try this deck out, so I am glad that we pulled that. My next... Yeah, let me check something quick. Okay. Yeah, my next set of Elestrals product that's going to be coming in, the stuff that I bought myself, is going to be 2 starter decks and 2 boxes. So it'll be double the product of what we're opening tonight, whenever that comes in. Which will hopefully give me the rest of everything I need. That's another thing I've been doing with Elestrals ever since I started on, was that I've actually been collecting it pretty aggressively as far as like just trying to complete playsets. I have 3 play copies of every card in the game leading up to Moonrise. Now, I don't own 3 copies of every single rarity. In fact, I do often go out of my way a lot of the time to just get lower rarity, because I'm very function over form when it comes to card games, but so yeah, I'm definitely looking to get 3 play copies of every card from Firestorm here as well. Alright, there's new Chivalry. Here's new Like a Void, which I thought was a rare. I didn't know this was an uncommon. That's actually insane. That is actually just cracked. This deck will be very good and very accessible. And then we have Spinosect, Champion of Hermes. Champion of Hermes. Are rare. Next pack. Spirit. Alright, we got Ignector, Sluggle, Reforge, Hibernation, Barket, Mistral of Boreas, Breeze of Zephyros, Fire of Apollo, and, sorry, bumps the mic there, Majursa, Champion of Hestia, the boss monster of the new Bears. Which, I don't know enough about bears to know exactly how good that deck is. Hibernation is a very, very good card. But we'll have to see how much legs the rest of the deck has. There are other good cards for them, I just don't remember off the top of my head which all ones do what. Spirit. Oil Spirits. Kaya. Rumacole, Soul Bell, Plucky, Werepup, Torch, Anvil, Catechus, and a foil Hermes, one of the new Divine Runes. That actually does complete our playset. So we got 2 in the starter deck. Now I do have another starter deck coming, but I can always just throw that one in my binder. Which... I need to actually, like, trade or sell some of my Elestrals cards at some point. Because, I mean, I have traded quite a few of them through mail, but, like, I've been hoarding a lot of my Elestrals cards for the most part. My binder is just, like, steadily increasing in value, but I'm literally not doing anything with it. We got the Taratlus, our Spirit. Here's Ignector, Sluggle, Buttocks, Soul Bell, Plucky, Torch, Anvil, Catechus, and Voltempest, Champion of Zeus, which of course is also the cover card of the starter deck. So the starter deck version, of course, is a foil. This one's just a regular rare. But it's still Gores. Either way. Same, yeah, I know we've talked about this before, Queso, but I still have been procrastinating on, like, setting up a PO box so I can start, like, selling my Elestrals cards. I really, really need to get on that. It's one of those cases where I would spend, like, 60 to 80 bucks, but make, like, hundreds. I just need to commit to actually making the initial investment. Lucky... Werepup, Nemastar, Sharkoon, Chivalroar, another Like a Void, Champion of Artemis, and another Majesty, Champion of Poseidon. So I actually do need to pull a Galaxy Champion of Poseidon at some point because I only ordered one of the Poseidon deck, which has 2, and I definitely, of course, want a full playset of that card. Card's literally game-defining. We got Drataya, Chromacle, Forest on Fire, Reforge, High Baronation, Sharkoon, Chivalror, Lycovoid, and Terrostar is another foil here. Oops, being the evolved form of Nemastar. Almost said Nemasail. Another Elestral. I didn't get a Galaxy out of my box, which was tragic, and now my locals are sold out of Firestorm. RIP! Oh no! If I end up with an extra one, I'll hit you up for sure. Because you can pull multiple foils of the same card out of a box, so there's definitely a world where I end up with an extra Galaxy. Terrastar is my new favorite Elestral. What does it do, actually? I didn't read it. Connects up to 3 Lunar. No player nexuses an opponent must expend for each card received in that. Oh, it'd be helpful if I read all the text on screen. They burn. Basically, you burn one for each card nexused. Oh, that's cool. Whenever a player, and it's whenever either player does any kind of nexus. It's not even off its own effect. That is neat. This is a really, really fun build-around card. I definitely see why you like it. So there's Sluggle. I accidentally just spoiled the rare for myself because I thought I had taken the spirit out. It's Sluggle, Veritagua, we got Frigicub, Bunix, Soulbell, Talaria of Hermes, Sirocco of Nodus, Monsoon of Eris. This is another card I think is like very, very good. Yeah, I think this card is actually just really, really good. And then our rare is going to be another copy of Majursa, Champion of Hex. Alright. Spirit. And then we got Harpy, Elichick. Their pile's right there. Nimbug. Titemite. Urskote, Golabi, Javalantis, Whalance, and then, ooh, we got a new Zeus in the foil as well. A lot of Divines in this box. It's the 3rd Divine we've pulled. New Zeus in the foil. Very, very good stuff. Always looking for more copies of Zeus. That actually means I have 2 full playsets of Zeus now, which is very good. And I still have 2 more coming on the way. So if I ever get like staple cards, I usually just hoard. Like, okay, so the way I have my Elestrals collection set up is I have a box that has like my decks as well as like the 3 play copies of every card. And I also hoard staples in that same box. So even if it's beyond my 3 play copies, if it's a staple, I just have like as many copies of it as I own. So like every Zeus I own is definitely going in that box. Bunix, Soulbell, Lucky, Lobby, Javalantis, Whalance, and Soulstock, Champion of Apollo. The new solar strategy there. I mean, it looks neat. I don't know how good it is, but the cow deck has always appealed to me. What's up, Tuzio? Yeah, we're opening some Elestrals products from our creator box, which the Elestrals team was very, very kind and generous enough to send. I mean, I won't lie, the Frostfall creator box was how they hooked me into this game. It actually just worked hook, line, and sinker. Very good game. Love this game. Alright, we got Werpup, Nemastar, Arachne's Lair, we got Griffuse, Titanostrike, and Kyloshock, and Pandacene, Champion of Artemis. What does this one do again? When one or more Elestrals become suppressed, or when a player plays an Elestral suppressed, the opponent must expend a spirit. So it's another kind of burn strategy. I think the what was the card? Oh, it was Oil. Terrastar. I think this card is a better, I don't know about better, but a cooler burn strategy. It's probably a better one too though. Let's see. Grab another pack here. I'll count how many packs we have left after this one. Spirit. Ormite, Champion of Hestia, Ignector, Hibernation, Sparkit, Heat from Tartarus, Sorlet, Champion of Aeolus, Hermes, Sirocco of Nodus, Monsoon of Eros, and another Voltempest, Champion of Zeus. Makes a playset now. One other person mentioned this game, no nothing. It's very, very cool stuff. It's in a lot of ways, it's kind of a marriage of Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Magic, but as far as like gameplay goes, it's very comparable to like old school Yu-Gi-Oh in terms of pacing and how games tend to play out. Think like maybe pre-Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh is about the what I would compare this game most to. A lot of fun. I like it a lot. All right, Harpy. Got Elechick. Veloy Forest on Fire. That's not what it's called, but that's just what I'm going to keep calling it. Reforge. Hibernation. Mistral of Boreas. Breeze of Zephyros. Fire of Apollo. And Arachne, aka the Honorary Lith. Another 2-spirit card that can be normal cast. Yeah, this one, it's if Arachne's Lair is enchanted. Okay, I was trying to remember what the condition on that one. Yeah, any 2-spirit that you can normal cast without ascending, which is basically like this game's version of evolving, is definitely worth looking at. Up till this point, it's been just the Lith cards, but Arachne's kind of the first one. Teaching people locals the game because they started carrying the product. I already hooked a couple. Hell yeah. So technically before my time. Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's that's what I'd compare like the pacing of the game to. Yeah, like I said, is like maybe pre-Edison era Yu-Gi-Oh. I've been making a lot of comparisons to Yu-Gi-Oh in this like when talking about Voltempest stuff in particular, or Champion of Zeus stuff. Voltempest Champion of Zeus is basically just like Gore, right? And then, yeah, there's like the Volcaries, which is basically Breaker. Titanus Strike, which is kind of like Breaker as well, but it really, again, the better comparison is to say that it searches MST. But, yeah, just a lot of cool stuff going on. Spy Nymph, Haya, Cockatoodle. Wait, what does the new Cockatoodle do? What does Cockatoodle do? That's good. This Cockatoodle is sent from your field or deck to your underworld. You can suppress. That's right. It suppresses stuff when it's sent. Nimbug, Titmite, Blobby, Javalantis, Whalance, and another Soul Stone. Alright, how many packs do we have left? Because we still haven't seen our full art or our foil spirit. They should still be in here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17 packs. So we're almost 2/3 of the way through the box here. Is this set 1? No, this is set 4? No, 5. No. Base set, Frostfall, Daybreak, Moonrise, Firestorm. This is set 5. Gonna be a second to remember there. Yeah, so I started playing at the end of Frostfall, the second set. Right as the third set, Daybreak, was coming out, is when I got into it. Dormicole, Earth Scout, Urskote, Frigicub, Bunix, Griffuse, Titanus Strike. This is the card I was talking about earlier that it's like it searches MSC basically. And Kyloshock and Flammomoth, the new Flammomoth. Very, very cool. It's a shame though, like How is Flammoth consistently the coolest looking and also one of the worst cards in the game? Okay, maybe not one of the... I don't know. I was gonna say maybe not one of the worst, but like... I just don't like dissing Flammoth like that. Flammoth looks so cool. It just doesn't do enough. Neither version. It's unfortunate. Oh, hang on. There's a rare, which means our foil spirit is gonna be in this pack. Does MST negate in this game? It does not. Veritagua, Narpoon. I should have to think about that for a second. Urskote, Frigicub. Got Bunnix, Mistral of Boreas, Breeze of Zephyros, Fire of Apollo. Yes! Our foil spirit is an Owloon. Let's go! Owloon just like this guy right here. Oh. Very good stuff. I love this Owloon art. I love it. Negates don't even negate half the time in this game. That's actually kind of true. So, Elestrals has both negating and suppressing. Which negating is like in Yu-Gi-Oh! It negates the activation. Suppressing basically says the card is treated as though it doesn't have a text box. But if you try to suppress an effect that's already like on the chain link, so to speak, it still goes through. So there is kind of two forms of negating in this game. Alright. Spirits. We got Harpy asking what many of my judge calls about. Yeah, I can imagine. It's gotta be suppressing, and also, of course, we all know the most infamous judge call in Elestrals, which is for Galaxy, which is about to double up. Now there's another Galaxy which also flips stats. Oh, I put Soul Stocks in the... Plucky, Bearpup, Panzer, Fortune, Bossfire, and Hermes' Trickery, which I did not realize was a rare. I give you two of these. The Hermes deck is the one I'm like the least sure of. Like, I could see the Hermes deck being great, and I could also see it being terrible, and I really have no clue which one it's going to be. Alright, we got Earth Scout, Warmite, we got Tightmite, we got Urskote, we got Frigicub, Charcoon, Shiveroar, Like a Void, and our third copy of Majesty, Champion of Poseidon. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. Suppressing is more or less means the card has no text, so it can't effect cannot activate. But yep, effect already is activated. Losing text doesn't mean anything if that text already did the work. Yep. It's like the difference of negating an effect that's currently on the chain link and saying that effect can't activate in the first place. Like, think about it in Yu-Gi-Oh terms, right? If your opponent activated a trap card, and your opponent changed something that said your opponent cannot activate trap cards for the rest of the turn, the trap card still on the chain link is still going to go through because it was already active. Hopefully that was a good comparison. I don't know. I am a rules helper in this game, but not a judge. Those are actually two different things. Purple Pancake in chat here is a judge. I am merely a rules helper. Alright, we got Soul Bell. Lucky, Werepup, Darkoon, comments over Shiveroar, Like a Void, still can't get over how broken the card is, and another Pandalison, or Pandalinson. Pandalence, like pestilence, but it's a panda. It's Pandalence. I get it. Okay. I'm gonna forget that next time I say this card's name. I will not remember that. Alright. Pandison. Oh, and then this one's Panda Sin, like Medicine. I get it. Okay. Now I get it. Katana Stock, Nemastar, Arachne's Lair, Roy Forest on Fire, Globby, Javelantis, Wailance, and ooh, new Specteris, Champion of Kyo. Can be special cast from your hand with a Lunar if an opponent has at least one suppressed card. This is another card that I am not sure how good it's gonna be. I could see this card. I don't know. It's just like, how good is a 4/2 essentially vanilla that's occasionally special castable? I don't really feel like it's that great, but I could be proven. Alright. The puns, yeah. It just, sometimes it takes me a minute to pick up on the puns. Alright. Spirit. We got... We haven't pulled, like, any, Champion of Hephaestus rares. I just realized that. Urskote. We got Sorlet. Feloy Forest on God, yeah. Carry On, Cockatoodle, Boon, Roar, Avoid, and new Viserys. Got the new Hop on Elestrals duo right here. We actually just pulled Hop on Elestrals back to back. That's good. New Specteris and new Viserys. New Viserys is pretty awesome, actually. Here's the best way I can describe new Viserys, because old Viserys is basically Hydrogeddon, but it got semi-limited, because Hydrogeddon's like really good in this game right now, with the way that, it'll focus, with the way that the power level is right now. So, new Viserys is like, imagine if your second Hydrogeddon could summon Elemental Hero Wildheart from your deck. That's basically what Viserys is. It's so good. Yeah, I can't believe we pulled Hop on Elestrals back to back. Love always wins. It's so good. For those not in the know, there's a meme. There's a meme of these two cards making out. Of these two guys making out, Specteris and Viserys. That says Hop on Elestrals. I know jokes are like so much funnier when you explain them. That's why I do it for you. Alright, here we got Urskote. Or Scout. Rather, Warmite, Nemastar, Arachne's Lair, Loy Forest, oh god, Polaria of Hermes, Sirocco of Nautus, Monsoon of Eris, and... I mean, listen, love will always prevail. This box is proving that so far. Is it 3 copies per deck? So, it's like Pokemon, where... there are 2 cards that are both named Viserys that do different effects, but you can only have 3 total cards named Viserys. However, there is a difference between, for example, see how this Titanostock has Champion of Aeolus under it? You can kind of see there, if it'll focus, but now, you can have 3 Titanostock and 3 Titanostock Champion of Aeolus. Like someone in chat said earlier, it's again like Pokemon, where you can have 3 Zorura and also 3 of N's Zorura specifically in your deck. If that makes sense. That's why I kind of say this game's like a little bit of a marriage of Pokemon, Magic, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Thematically, it's very Pokemon. Mechanically, it's very Yu-Gi-Oh! With a few Magic mechanics too, like a mana system and like Planeswalkers kind of are a thing in this game. But... there's Rotaya, got Ramakol, Carrion, Cockatoodle, Nimbug, Griffuse, Titanostrike, and Kyloshock, and Nixmera! Hey, we pulled one of each form in this box, which I'm pretty stoked about, because like I said, I really want to try this deck, so I'm glad we got this. 3 copies of any card of a certain title. The card's title includes both its name and subtitle. Yep, very, very good way of putting it. Alright, so we Ignector, Sluggle, Cockatoodle, Nimbug, Titemite, Tolaria, Soraka. A lot of the uncommons in this set are runes, I've noticed. Monsoon and Poseidon's Fury. This card is like, I don't really think this card is that great. It's an interesting form of removal. Here's what I'll say about this card. I like the idea of making your opponent disenchant spirits as a way to remove them. Because, for those who might be new to the game or haven't played, while your Elestrals are on the field, or Stadiums, or Divines, basically any card that stays face up on the field will have the mana you use to spend it, like, underneath it. Basically, again, if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, think of it attached the same way Xyz materials are. And if a card loses its runes, then it has to go to the graveyard if it's not fully enchanted. So Poseidon's Fury is kind of removal in that you give up any number of water enchanted to your Poseidon, and you force your opponent to get rid of that many spirits on their field. So they don't have to get rid of the cards themselves, but if they get rid of all of the spirits that are under a given card, or, you know, if this has like a fire under it, for example, and you get rid of that fire, then the card itself also goes to the graveyard. As far as like what kind of spirit is under it, you can incorrectly enchant stuff. So like, Ignector is a fire Elestral, but if I wanted to enchant Ignector with wind, I could do that to play it. But if I do that, the Ignector basically it doesn't have an effect. Elestrals only get their effects if they are correctly enchanted. So if all you want is like a body, then you can misenchant it, but then you won't get the effect. And there is actually a reason to misenchant stuff on purpose, right? For example, Tsunami turns every Elestral that is not water enchanted to defense mode. So if you have a big Elestral that you don't really care about its effect, you just want it to get through when it attacks, sometimes misenchanting it with water is the correct play, so it can't get turned to defense mode with Tsunami. That's actually a very common play. It is specifically water enchanting stuff to play around Tsunami. Alright. We have Veritagua, Harpoon, Werepup, Nemastar, Arachne's Lair, Tolaria of Hermes, Swako of Nautis, we got the Monsoon, and we got Chrysor, Champion of Eels. Alright, we have 6 packs left. 6 packs left, and our full art should still be in here. I don't know if you're like straight up guaranteed 1 per box. In my experience, it's always been 1 per box, but I don't know if that's like an actual guarantee or not, but should still happen. Belichick, Anderson, Arachne's Lair, Bloody Forest on Fire, Forge, Panzer, Fortune, Bossfire, and Flarachne. Another card for the new Spider archetype. It is guaranteed. Okay, good. Yeah, this one's a little bit weird because Hestia cares about the bear archetype. But then, I mean, you can play Hestia in any fire deck, but a lot of Hestia's cards are bear support, except this one is for the spider deck. It's the third time you got the exact sequence of 3 cards. Yeah, I think there's only like 80 new cards in the set, so I kind of hope in the future they do larger Elestrals expansions. But at the same time, I get that that's more work to do. That's like the classic, like, why don't they just do more work? You know, unhelpful kind of answer that I gave there. Let's see. Veritagua. Carry on. Yeah, I've heard mapping in this set is kind of rough, but I mean, I kind of touched on this earlier. You know, there are only so many cards in this set, and like, I've noticed a lot of the uncommons we're getting are like runes, but I think that's just because a lot of the uncommons in this set are runes and not Elestrals. Got Mistral, Breeze, Liar. Ooh, there's our full art. Eruption! This art looks so good! That's a really hype full art to get. I'm actually very glad I pulled this. Eruption has actually been seeing a lot of competitive play lately, too. It's funny, this is a card that came out in base set and saw, like, 0 play until this latest expansion, Moonrise, when it became a very popular sideboard tech for closing out games with its burn effect. So I am extremely happy to have pulled a full art of this, and again, the art looks so good. It's a little hard to see because of the foiling with my camera. I highly encourage you to just look at the full art of this card from this set. I think the full arts, along with the spirit arts, they just nailed overall in Firestorm. But yeah. So glad to have pulled that. That is a very, very good hit for the full art. Like, of course, it's good to have a full art in general, but as far as, like, specific full arts to get, that was a very good one. I am extremely satisfied with that. Yeah, you know, I don't know if you were the one who said it earlier, but I will admit when I was first getting into Elestrals, some of the art, I was kind of like, I don't know if I'm super into it, but, like, there are, especially within Firestorm, there are a lot of pieces that really just slap. Again, all of the spirits, all of the basic spirit art is super good. And I think a lot of the full art is too. I've gotten Eruption and Thunderstorm as my full arts. The Thunderstorm full art looks so good. And that's another very, very good, particularly sideboard card. Yeah, the Thunderstorm full art looks great. I hope I get it in one of my boxes. Alright, we got Spy Nymph. Or one of my boxes that's yet to come, rather. Hibernation. Sparkit. Sorlets. Wind is right here. We got Uncommons Globby. Javelantis. Whalance. And then another Ampherix champion. Alright, home stretch. We got 3 more packs from the box, and we still have our 3 tournament packs we're going to finish off with as well. Veritagua, Narpoon, Sorlet, Carrion, Cockatoodle, Panzer, Fortune, Waspire, and another copy of Laracne. Setting Thunderstorm is very nice. It's the easiest out for Champion of Majesty. Yeah, I also, I play Hurricane in a lot of my decks, which is basically Heavy Storm. And a lot of people, when they realize that you're playing Hurricanes, they'll start, for games 2 and 3, they'll only set 1 card at a time to play around it. And if you bring in Thunderstorms to counter that, that can also be very good. And we got Forge, Hibernation, Sparkits, Refuse, Titanostrike, Shock, and Spinosect, Champion of Hermes. Alright, last Firestorm pack. In more anime. Yeah, it's definitely it can be an aesthetic thing for sure. That's kind of where it was for me too. Yeah, when I say, you know, when I first got into Elestrals, and I say some of the art didn't grab me. Yeah, no, I don't mean to say I thought the art was bad. It's just like, yeah, I understand completely about visual aesthetic mattering to you. That is definitely the case for me too. It's why with Magic the Gathering, I kind of hop from set to set as far as like if I'm really into the game. Because there's a lot of the time where or not a lot of the time, but there's some of the time where the world or the art of the set doesn't really grab me as much as certain other sets. Harpoon, Harpy, Kite Mite, Urskote. Oh wait, those are, yeah, okay. Urskote, Frigicub, Panzer, Torchon, Waspire, And we got a Hestia, a foil for our last card. Another Divine. Like I said, we got a lot of Divines in this box, but here, let me actually... Okay, so these two were from our starter decks. This one was from our blister pack. So these were the 3 foils we pulled outside of the box. Yeah, because here's our box. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, including the Spirit. So yeah, you get 13 foils in a 36-pack box, which is a third of your box, which is pretty par for the course. And that doesn't include your box topper as well. Hextia. That's good. But yeah, we got Poseidon, we got Hestia, we got Hermes, and we got a Zeus. So we got a ton of Divines, which I'm never upset about because Divines are like always good, or at least decent. The only like Divine that wasn't considered that way before basically was Hephaestus, which is now part of a tier 1 deck that's gotten support. So yeah, I am extremely satisfied with this box. And of course, I couldn't complain about this box anyway because it was free, courtesy of the Elestrals team, who I really want to thank again. Although we're not done just yet because we do still have our 3 tournament packs to open. We're going to get into these here too. Let's go by series order. So we'll start with Series 1. I really appreciate that they throw these tournament packs in here because I've not been able to attend any Elestrals locals yet. The closest one to me is like an hour and a half, 2-hour train ride each way, which is a bit much, but I just don't want to go check it out at some point. Anyway. So we have Altar of Stars. Drataya. This is the version that got banned. So the kind we've been pulling is the quote-unquote eroded or fixed version. And then... Ooh! We got a Stellar. Or wait, are these always Stellar? Are these always Stellar for the tournament pack? I think they are. But September. That's a fun card. Divines are more like enchantments. You can see. Yeah, so like... Divines are like sort of like Planeswalkers. I guess that was the comparison I was making earlier. But I guess the similarity there is mostly in the fact that they're like, you know, face up basically, yeah, continuous spells that stay in play. They do get enchanted with multiple spirits. You remove one to do the effect, but they each only have one effect that you do, so. This is a new TCG? Yes, kind of. So, Elestrals has actually been around for a couple of years now, but it is definitely an indie TCG. I'm just gonna put tournament cards over here. As far as like, you know, it is much smaller than a lot of the major ones, but it's very, very fun. I've been collecting and playing this game for like 3 expansions now. This is the 5th one total. Having a blast with it, and yeah, always looking to get more people in. And this will be far from the last time I do Elestrals on stream. Not just opening product, but I want to play Elestrals Clash on stream in the future as well. Sick! I'm so glad I got one of these Cryoblasts! This card is so good, and this art looks so good. I'm very happy to have pulled that. We got Argo, also excellent art. And we got the Chronodile. This Chronodile looks so good. This Chronodile looks so good. Yeah, you always get sellers from the tournament packs. I forgot about that, but the art is so good. And you can still get serialized. I got a serialized Blitztrix from my last creator box. Is there an official online game? Look up Elestrals Clash on Steam. It is not out yet. The beta is out. It's a closed beta for people who backed the Kickstarter, which I was a part of. So, and as somebody who's been following the beta throughout all the updates, difference between when it first released just a few months ago and now is night and day. It looks so much better. I have a lot of faith in the online client. being very good. And once it's out fully, I'm going to make a lot more content on it to get people hooked into it, because I want as many people playing this as possible. Clash should get Firestorm on the first if you ever want to play games. Yeah, I think after the first, because that's also when it gets the ban list introduced as well. So I think that's when I'll start streaming Clash, is once that update is live. Alright, here's our last booster pack. It's going to be our Tournament Pack Series 3. Which is going to contain Veritagua. Ooh! Ooh! Look at that Gorgon's Gaze! That looks good. Oh, that looks so good. And then we also got a Dracatoodle as well, Champion of Hermes, but I'm still obsessed with this Gorgon's Gaze. Wow, that looks good. I can get it to focus. There we go. Look at that. I love that art with the Vipyros on her head as the snakes. I did not know this art existed. I had never seen this art before. Oh, that's Torchin in the back there too, or on the left there. Yeah, that's awesome. That's super awesome. All right, that is pretty much gonna do it. There is our Firestorm Creator Box. Boom, all the cards right here. And of course, our friend Owloon as well. Again, huge thank you to the Elestrals team for sending this over. I really appreciate that. Just, yeah, beyond generous, the support they've shown for sending these over. But yeah, that's pretty much going to go ahead and wrap it up for tonight's stream. So thanks everybody for coming by. Really appreciated having you all around for the viewer duels earlier, as well as the Elestrals stuff. Now, I think moving forward, this is about the structure I want to go for with streams, where we'll start with Master Duel stuff and do that for at least the first half, if not the majority or entirety of the stream. But I do want to get into some more variety. Be it card games like Elestrals, Pokemon Pocket. I have a whole setup for that for here on stream as well that we're going to do at some point. We'll play some Pokemon Pocket. And just, I kind of want to get into more just like video game in general. Just branching out a little bit. We ever touching Final Fantasy again? We might. I still have the save file. And I want to finish that before I play the new one. Because I've finished Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade before. Well, no. I've finished Final Fantasy VII Remake before, but not Intergrade with like all the DLC and stuff. So I've still never played any of that. I'd still like to at some point, but no guarantees on that necessarily. It's on there as a possibility. Anyway. Yeah, I have an absurd amount of booster pack wrappers currently on my floor. So I think I'm gonna get going so I can start cleaning those up. Before I do though, let's go over to Twitch and see who is on. Who can we read? Am I dumb? Where's the, here we go, read channel. God, it's been so long since I've done this. Who's online right now? Oh, Night Rose is online. She stopped by and said hello earlier. Let's all stop by and say hello to her. Alright. The raid is beginning. Let's all make sure and show Night Rose some support. And yeah, I think that is pretty much going to do it, like I said. So stay tuned on the Discord. Is probably the best place to look for updates about stream schedule. I will post it on social media. Well, not stream schedule, but rather when I go live, because I'm not necessarily doing a schedule. That's going to be the best place to look. I'll try to do social media as well, but I got to be real. I'm just not on social media nearly as much as I used to be, especially Twitter. So Discord is the best place to go. Anyway, we're going to start the raid. I'm going to get going. Have a good night, everybody, and thanks again for coming by. Take care. And